Casting. And Facebook will take about another 30 to 45 seconds to load up.
Whoa.
Okay, looks like we are live. Looks like we are live on Facebook, and
Hi, Facebook world.
we still looking for our attendees. Looks like we have about 20. Well, they're joining in now. We've got attendees coming on now, so that's definitely working. Good.
I'm still getting some last minute registrations too, and I'm approving those as they come in.
Okay.
So are all the board members here? I can't. Let me just double check. Hey, Lashundra.
Yeah, I just counted. I counted everybody.
Okay.
But it wouldn't hurt to double check. My man, even to 7 sometimes it's a struggle.
Sometimes I'm like, there's only 6, but then I'm like, oh wait, it's me. Jeez. Juan, you're here somewhere, I know. Okay, so we have a tornado warning. So I would like to be a good citizen at this point and just pause this meeting and come back in, I don't know, 30 minutes. Is that okay with the board?
I agree.
Please, yes, thank you.
Okay, so to our Facebook world and to our other world, we're going to adjourn until 5:30 so that we can be safe in this tornado warning that's currently, that we just all got notified of. So thank you. See you at 5:30.
Okay.
Be safe.
Yes, ma'am. Looking out that window is not.
Renee, I think I.
Hey, Dr. Hubbard, we're pausing. I don't know if you got the message. We're pausing the meeting for 30 minutes. There's some tornado warnings in the Charlottesville area.
Yeah, I was on my phone with it. I just switched over to the computer.
Okay.
I wonder if they're going to make their way to Lynchburg. I'm sitting here in my sister's house in Lynchburg right now.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can pull up something on this screen to make a sign and share my screen so they know that's there's a pause.
Yeah, I have a lot of experience with tornadoes as of Monday of this week as well.
Jeez. Man, oh man.
6 of them touched down in Suffolk.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to close my video and
Yeah, we'll pick it back up at 5:30. Hey, Rachel, did you get the message that we're delaying till 5:30?
I didn't.
Okay, there's some tornado warnings in the area, Charlottesville area, so people are going to be coming. I'm just going to leave this running because I don't know what will happen if I end this meeting and ask people to rejoin. So this will stream live. It's just going to resume in 30 minutes.
Okay. Do you have a Mac, Pat?
No.
Okay. I can't figure out why it's working. My Zoom is not working on my computer. I'm having to use my husband. I will problem solve that for 30 minutes. Thank you.
Your Mac computer?
Yes.
Oh, I have no idea.
All right. Thanks, Pat.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay, me too.
Hey, Jennifer.
Hey, Sherry.
Yeah, so my power went out briefly, and I guess power may go out for people. I don't know if this is mostly over, but that may be happening for other people as well.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I think we lost Julia and we lost, potentially lost Katrina. She said she might try by her phone, but we'll see
Okay.
how that works. We'll have to
Lisa
see.
said that she lost power as well, but she said she has her hotspot.
Pat,
Okay.
are you able to hear me?
Oh,
I
okay.
can hear you.
All right, my video is not working. I'm going to keep trying. I think my camera might have stopped working.
Take him.
Any suggestions?
If you want to log out and log back in, I can certainly try to get you back in.
Okay.
Do you want me to? I can send you another invite just in case.
Okay, I'll leave this one and I'll wait for your invite.
Okay.
Yeah, it might, or just restart.
Yep.
We see you, Katina.
Now we can't hear you. We just can't get them both at the same time.
I think I'm good now. Thank you so much. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sure can.
Great, thank you.
Pat, I can't do my video either. It says you stopped it.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to sign out and sign back in, I can send you another invite if that's helpful.
Let me try.
Okay.
Yeah, one of our friends just sent us in a video. They got a whole line of trees down in Earlysville in front of his house, like 5 or 6 of them.
Oh.
You said that was Gordonsville?
In Earlysville.
Early's.
Yeah. I'll take motions and votes. Okay.
There you are, Beth. Good job.
I'll just send any panelist who's not cameraed in a resend invite, just in case they're trying to be on camera. And it looks like Facebook is still live, so that's good. And I put a post up there about delaying the board meeting starting at 5:30. So hopefully people saw that.
Thank you so much, Pat.
I wish I had time to think. I should have made a Google slide and shared my screen that had we'll return at 5:30. Maybe put some Pandora music on and.
Yeah.
Pat, why didn't you think of that in that emergency situation?
Next time.
I typed it in the chat and then had an error. I'm like, man, I can't edit it. I hate when that happens.
Pat, I will get that added to the crisis plan.
Thank you.
There you are. Thank you, Dr. Baptist.
I went all the way through Maslow's needs, and then I just
The Pandora music didn't make it.
the Pandora music didn't make it. Yeah.
Dr. Odie,
Yes.
I just spoke with Sheila. She said that you're aware it's really nasty weather, but she said that if necessary, I could pinch hit if she can't get to her daughter.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you so much. That is great.
Who is that? Who in the bathroom?
What's that?
Oh. Hey, Allie, how you doing now? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Rachel, for being here for us.
Connected. Sorry, we're talking over each other. I'm sorry. This is Kendra. I'm connecting with Katrina now, just to make sure, because her and Sheila live on the northern part of the county.
And Julia has lost power in Green.
Yeah.
She texted.
Rachel, will you be able to do Sheila and Katrina's part? Or Katrina's?
We planned the special education presentation together. So I think we could do it.
All right, thank you.
Are there presentations that anybody needs me to drive, or is someone doing that?
We will need,
See that hat.
I think Leslie was going to share her screens.
Leslie can do that. Perfect. Okay.
I'm all set. And then I'll take the votes and motions.
Thank you, Leslie. Rachel, you're a rock star, apparently. Okay, so we're gonna get started in, I don't know. Is everybody here? Is Juan here? I see James, I see Sherry, see Leah, Lashandra, Lisa. Juan, there you are. Is that all of us? Counting is hard. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order here at 5:30. It is August 6th, 2020. Starting the meeting a little bit late due to weather, so thank you all for your patience. We're going to have a moment of silence. So starting now. Okay, and now we'll do the roll call of board.
Okay. Mr. Bryant.
Present.
Ms. Bryson Morseberger.
Here.
Dr. Kraft.
Here.
Ms. McKeever.
Here.
Ms. Puryear.
Here.
Ms. Torres.
Yes, I'm here.
And Mr. Wade.
Here.
Okay, great. Once again, I would like to remove 6.0 from the agenda, comments from the board. Since, unless somebody has an objection, I would like to make that amendment to this agenda before we go to approval of the agenda. Okay.
I move.
Okay. And then, so go ahead, I'm looking for approval of the agenda.
I move for approval of the agenda. Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Ms. Thacker is going to go ahead and tell us, do the roll for the vote.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Bryson Morseberger.
Aye.
Dr. Kraft.
Yes.
Ms. McKeever.
Yes.
Ms. Puryear.
Yes.
Ms. Torres.
Yes.
And Mr. Wade.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to the comments from the community now. I understand we have some people signed up to speak. I hope they got the message about our late start. And I'm gonna look to Mr. Cuomo for the names of, or who to start with. You're on mute.
I'm just typing through some of the names. I'm going to go to the first person who has their hand up, and then I'll look through those names, and that is Richard Feero, and he's able to unmute himself to speak at this time.
Thanks. I'm excited to go first.
Welcome.
Appreciate y'all having me.
You have 3 minutes.
Great. I have 4 statements and then a question after each statement. It would be helpful for the community to know what the internal and external safety goals for making a viable return to in-person education possible this school year. Without any goals, it seems fair to assume that as a community we should plan for a full year of virtual instruction. Are there safety goals and metrics the school system is working towards for a safe return to in-person education? If so, what are they? Since the last school board meeting, I chatted with a small group of middle school young men in my community. 2 of those 8 students said their Chromebooks no longer worked. 1 student said he still has his broken power cord that stopped working a week after schools went virtual in the spring. And another student didn't know where his Chromebook was. How is collecting Chromebooks going? What is the plan to ensure that each student has a working Chromebook by September 8th? And what is the plan for the school system to address Chromebooks and their accessories that stopped working during the school year? Research indicates that elementary age school children should have limited screen time and that too much can have adverse effects on their health. What, if any, flexibility is the school system willing to give so that elementary age students do not have as much screen time for their virtual learning? The New York Times informed some and reminded of others of the education equality is not a given in Charlottesville. And all I've seen on social media this summer are white people using working class, predominantly Black and brown families situations to further their own agendas for either opening the schools or keeping them closed. As a school system, other than making vague statements about conversations with community partners, please share the specific and detailed ways in which you are going to systematically address the inequality that virtual instruction has and will create for working class, predominantly Black and brown families in Charlottesville. Thank you for your time and for serving during this difficult time.
Thank you, Mr. Feero.
So next we have Matthew Stotts, and then on deck is Nathan Walton. So Matthew.
Dr. Stotts, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hi, everybody. So thanks for having me. My name is Matt Stotts. I'm a physician at UVA. I live on Wayside Place. So I'm a physician at the University of Virginia. I also hold a master's degree in public health. I have a clear understanding of COVID, its clinical implications, how it spreads through the community, as well as the fact that there are rational approaches to limit its spread in clinics, restaurants, and universities. I should also say, I'm the parent of a young learner with an IEP. My daughter, she's a bright girl with many strengths, including memorization, reading, math skills, but she requires an IEP based off of professional assessments that she's likely to struggle in kindergarten based off of these social delays. An online learning platform is really going to offer nothing for students like her. I consider myself an essential worker in healthcare, not because I care for acutely ill patients with COVID, but because I manage chronic diseases, I perform cancer screening procedures, and I know that if I don't come into work now, my patients are going to be in a much worse spot years down the road. When it comes to young learners, I think education providers are just as essential. There are clearly documented benefits to what pre-K systems can do for kids, and it's relatively easy to imagine what's going to happen if we do the exact opposite, which is what we're going to do if we take away education, a full year of education from kids at this age. Now, as we make our decisions as a community, I want to emphasize a few points. First point from our last meeting, but our youngest learners are the ones that are least likely to get ill or transmit the virus. And they really have the most to lose from an online learning system. It's not appropriate for young children, period. You know, you cannot have a 5-year-old and a 17-year-old. We can't group them the same in terms of their ability to use Canvas. The second point I want to emphasize is that nobody's talking about 100% of students and teachers coming back without masks and social distancing. There are many practical steps that we could take. At our last meeting, you know, we discussed the fact that we'll kind of see what happens in other school districts, and that's not going to give us the information we need. Georgia is 100% in sessions, and that includes sports and cheerleading, and nobody in the community wears masks. New York City has 8 million residents compared to our 50,000. Don't forget, you know, we have a giant world-class hospital in our town of 50,000 people, and so all these discussions about overrunning our local hospital system just isn't realistic like it would be in other communities. You know, my third and final point that I don't want to be ignored is the fact that individuals with disabilities have long been protected by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act that was passed in 1975. This law requires appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. The reality is that not offering in-person options grossly violates this law and puts people in an incredibly restrictive environment. Kids with autism don't need Chromebooks and flashcards, and they need social interactions with neurotypical peers. The reason this law exists, I believe, is because the easiest decision teachers and the school board can make is to ignore these children. It was written 45 years ago, and I think
Dr.
it's
Stotts, your time is up.
Okay. I mean, I would say anything short of in-person sessions, I think is unacceptable for the youngest children.
Your time is up, Dr. Stotts. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Nathan Walton with Julia Feldmeier on deck.
Okay, you all have 3 minutes.
Great, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, yeah, my name is Nathan Walton. I'm at Forest Ridge Road here in Charlottesville, and I'm the Executive Director of Abundant Life Ministries. Thanks for having me again. Abundant Life is a faith-based community development nonprofit that works with a lot of the youth in the Prospect area of Fifeville in partnership with several of the city schools. We're grateful for the work that you guys are all doing just to ensure that we can resume school in a safe way and productively. Abundant Life is currently gathering additional feedback from our neighborhood families in light of the board's recent decision to go virtual. And depending on the level and the nature of family support needs, we are assessing our own capacity to use our indoor space, or outdoor space rather, our volunteer base, and our networks with other nonprofits and faith communities to assist in ways that are safe and feasible. Some of the desires I articulated during last week's board meeting involved our eagerness to connect our staff and volunteers with training provided by the school system so that we will be adequately equipped to supervise online learning in our community for those who desire or need that type of support. We would love to hear any additional details about how the schools plan to support nonprofits in this type of work and a tentative timeline that we can then relate to our volunteer base. In addition, we remain hopeful that the schools will provide nonprofits like us with some hard copy materials so that we can provide additional support to students in ways that don't require exclusive or excessive screen time. I also would like to add that if the numbers of families in our service area requesting supervisory support exceed our capacity to safely host them, we're hoping to explore partnerships with other institutions that we are currently in conversation with who have additional outdoor space. We would love to know if the school system will have any transportation available or funding to help address any transportation needs of families who are hoping to access sites in the city that will be set up to accommodate small groups of students. So just to recap, some of the things we'd love to have more information and details on include, first, anything regarding the school system's plans for helping nonprofits become trained in Canvas and other relevant virtual learning resources. Second, what providing hard copy materials to nonprofits might look like in the fall. And third, if the schools will have any transportation available for nonprofits who need assistance in connecting families to safe educational hosting sites in the city. We're grateful to be partners with so many entities in this work and hope that increased collaboration and especially increased communication will produce measurably equitable and sustainable plans in order to serve Charlottesville families best. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Walton.
Okay, next we have Julia Feldmeier.
Okay, Ms. Feldmeier.
Hi there. Thanks for having me. I wanted to say that I reviewed the proposed plan, and respectfully, having read it, virtual school is just not a reasonable or fair solution for pre-K students, students with IEPs, and other vulnerable students. I will speak specifically to pre-K. Pre-K is about school readiness. And while there are certainly academic components, much of that readiness is about the social emotional growth that occurs in a classroom setting. That's learning to wait in line, navigating transition throughout the day, understanding the expectations of the classroom, and most critically, interacting with peers. A virtual classroom simply cannot support the social emotional growth necessary to succeed in kindergarten. While older students have the benefit of building on existing relationships with peers and an understanding of school expectations, our youngest students do not have this foundation. And as a parent, I will speak to my personal experience having sat through many hours of virtual therapy with my daughter over the past few months. And I will say firsthand, it is not good. What have been otherwise excellent services in person simply do not translate effectively over the screen. Yes, the virus is scary. There is a risk of COVID transmission that comes with reopening schools. But there's also a very clear risk in keeping these schools closed, particularly for pre-K and special ed populations. And frankly, based on what we heard last week from Dr. Bonds, the risk of transmission is more manageable than the risk of failing these students. It's reasonable to think that Charlottesville City Schools can, at least to some extent, be equipped to handle small cohort. Peers in Charlottesville are already doing it, and if we're leaning heavily on community groups to step in where we're falling short, why are we not stepping up to do the same? Why is the school system abdicating its fundamental responsibility to provide in-classroom learning to students who need it? The reality is that we're going to be in this pandemic for a very long time. The students and community would benefit from a rigorous focus on safely getting students back to the classroom, grade by grade and need by need, rather than focusing exclusively on how to sell and make virtual learning seem attractive. So while other school districts across the nation are finding ways to get students in the classroom to give them the best education possible, you are setting our students at a tremendous disadvantage by pursuing an only virtual curriculum, especially for the most vulnerable populations. And finally, my fear is that by unilaterally switching to an all virtual model, you've made virtual the new status quo that could be very hard to overturn. The administration needs to outline precisely and reasonably what criteria it needs to reopen and set a protocol for how quickly it plans to do so. And again, this is why it's a great opportunity for Charlottesville to use pre-K and the special ed classrooms to see firsthand how we can have a model for reopening rather than relying on data from elsewhere. As a previous commenter said, Georgia has very different policies than we do. New York has very different.
Ms. Feldmeier, your time is up.
Thank you.
Who's next, Mr. Cohen?
Next we have Steph Gist, and then Khalesha Powell's on deck.
Thank you. Ms. Gist?
Yes,
Hey, how are
I'm
you?
here.
Good to see you.
Hi, thank you. Okay, thank you. Can be pretty quick. I'm speaking about something I did last time, which was asking the school board to take an active stance against the terms Kung Flu, Chinese virus that are being used for the coronavirus. The president of our country just recently started using that term again, Chinese virus, knowing that it's causing racial problems. So what I'm asking the school board to do is take the active stand to educate all staff members, throw it out there that it's not okay, the other terms, Chinese, it's just coronavirus, because it's not going to be the students' fault if they say this, because this is now being put out in the news. So that's what I'm asking everybody to do, is to put it out this year when we go back to school to staff, explaining the term, to use the proper term, and also then to be willing to correct, kindly, but always correct students or staff that mistakenly use that term. Because like I said, since it is being actively put out in the news, people are going to start to do it. So I respectfully ask that the school board take that on.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. What do we have next? Miss Powell, I guess?
Next we have Miss Powell. Yes, she's able to unmute and speak at this time.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Khalesha Powell. I'm co-chair for the PTO for Jacksonville Elementary. And I just wanted to speak on the internet over in South First Street for the children as far as the virtual learning. The internet over here is very crappy. A lot of families, as you may know, have the free internet because their kids get free or reduced lunch in school. That internet is very slow, and if the parent has multiple children, it goes extra slow. Me, I pay a regular internet bill, so I don't have that, but I also have 6 kids that's in Charlottesville City Schools, and this summer, them doing their summer school work online was very hard for me. It was slow. The website kept crashing. Like, all of them couldn't get on their laptops at the same time. It was really weird. So I was just wondering if it was something that the city schools could help do as far as the internet. It's not just South First Street. I heard others complain about their internet as well. But I'm just speaking on, my experience. Also, I wanted to know, is it anything that the schools could do to help support the teachers / parents as far as organizing different type of locations to do one-on-one with the students that are behind, because some students was already behind and then they're going to fall back behind a little more because they're not getting that one-on-one teaching that they need. Some children are better off in class than online. And I was willing to get some of the community centers, like in the low income areas, if they can rent the centers. Is it anything that you can do to help bring in teachers or volunteers so that they can help students one-on-one when they need to? And I think that was it. I think that's it.
Are you sure, Ms. Powell?
I think so.
Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Cuomo, who's next?
Chris Meyer signed up on our list, and I see him in the attendees. I've enabled him to unmute his microphone.
Okay, Mr. Meyer, I have your, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Chris Meyer, 124 Oak Lawn Court, the rising second grader at Jacksonville, co-chair PTO, and want to, my fellow co-chair Khalesha, again, reinforce all the points she said, that, specifically there in South First Street, they're having internet issues, and we've heard them from a lot of other parents from the Jacksonville Elementary School that their internet issues is a big issue, and of course it's pretty fundamental if we're going to do virtual learning. Second, similarly, a lot of parents asking for some kind of support for supervising the virtual learning. Probably not a one-size-fits-all situation, but we need, ideally, a lot of different solutions, and we're requesting that the school support in understanding what parents need, and again, helping to deliver and resolve those issues. Finally, I understood and heard the mayor the other day say that the reconfiguration consultation and announcement of the firm that won the design has been delayed. That's a little concerning, as I would, hope that on the timeline that they have been presenting, that there would be a firm awarded the contract back in April, and we're of course now in August. I'd like to hear an update on that and what the school board is doing to ensure that keeps on track. Of course, money's already been allocated, so it shouldn't be an issue of budget or anything like that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Meyer.
So there is nobody there's nobody who has signed up to speak that's here left. And I see one hand came up, and it's Jessica Taylor. So Jessica, you're able to unmute your microphone at this time.
Okay, Jessica, you have 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Atkins. I am again here as a voice for the Charlottesville Education Association, whose membership represents all facets of our division: instructional assistants, teachers, custodians, nutritional workers, and administrators. As we work to design and implement a robust, rigorous, and equitable learning experience for every child, we ask that division and building leaders, community members, and families remember these key points. What we are doing is unprecedented. Please recognize the amount of training, organization, management, and learning that educators are already doing to support their students and families. We ask that division leaders remain cognizant of the pressures educators are experiencing and make decisions that feel supportive, as you have been doing, rather than overwhelming. Daily schedules for students or educators cannot look the same as they did pre-COVID. We ask that research-based recommendations for online engagement be reviewed to ensure that students are not being asked to work online more than is developmentally appropriate or effective. CEA members who teach ELLs, preschool, and special education have overwhelmingly communicated to us that they are excited to partner with families to provide high quality and innovative instruction for their students in ways that minimize risks of COVID exposure. They strongly feel that these students and families should not have to come into schools and potentially compromise their health and safety to get an education. Lastly, members of the CEA wanted me to share that they appreciate the voice that they have had in our school division. We ask that there continues to be transparency and input from all stakeholders in decisions being made that directly affect them, their classrooms, and their work. The CEA membership recognizes how fortunate we are to work for a school division that responded so quickly to the requests we made at the onset of this complex and difficult process. We are ready to partner with the community as we start the new year. And we thank you for showing by your adoption of a virtual reopening that you value our lives as your employees. Finally, we acknowledge and appreciate that while we may at times see divergent paths to our common goal, there is no question that we all want to do our best for every student, every day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, appreciate that.
Ms. McKeever, I'm looking at this time, I see nobody else with their hand raised. Because I could ask one more time if there's anyone else who'd like to speak. They can raise their hand at this time on the interface. And there's nobody else with their hand raised at this time.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment at this time. Thank you to all those who spoke. Next item on our agenda is the adoption of the consent agenda. Board members?
I move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Oops. Ms. Thacker, do you want to do, we're going to call the vote now.
Okay, Mr. Bryan,
Yes.
Ms. Bryson Morseberger,
Yes.
Dr. Kraft,
Yes.
Ms. McKeever,
Yes.
Ms. Perrier,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
and Mr. Wade.
Yes.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the policy items that we last discussed in June. The division is requesting action on those policy items. Are there, Dr. King?
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Atkins, and school board members. Yes, Madam Chair, on June 11th, the school board members discussed the updates of the policy for the new school year, and the requested changes were made. And at this time, Madam Chair, I would like to ask that the board take action.
Thank you, Dr. King. Does anybody have any questions for Dr. King regarding the changes that were made or any of the policies in general? Okay. Any action this board would like to take with respect to those?
Yes, I will move that we approve the updated policies for the coming year.
Nice second.
Okay, Ms. Thacker, we're going to go ahead and call the roll again to call the vote.
Okay, Mr. Bryant,
Yes.
Ms. Bryson Morseberger,
Yes.
Dr. Kraft,
Yes.
Ms. McKeever,
Yes.
Ms. Puryear,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
and Mr. Wade.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is the Freedom School update by Dr. Odie.
Johari.
You're muted. Is that how you say your name, Katina?
No, it's Johari.
One second, Dr. Harris. Yes, it is Odie, Katina Odie.
Okay.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, thank you for that. Members of the board, Dr. Atkins, good evening. Tonight we have Dr. Derek Aldridge, Executive Director with the Center for Race and Public Education in the South, and Dr. Johari Harris, an Assistant Research Professor in that department in the Curry School of Education at the University of Virginia, as well as Kristen Edwards, a former Jackson Baya teacher and current Walker teacher and Freedom School Site Coordinator, who will share with you the wonderful experiences and successes from our first ever Freedom School here in Charlottesville City Schools. This was a free virtual program in which several of our 3rd through 5th grade students had the opportunity to participate. Dr. Harris?
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I thought she was saying Johari. Like Dr. I was like, wait, no. I don't know who has the PowerPoint up. If we could pull that.
Leslie is going to share that PowerPoint. If you could share that now, Leslie, please. Thank you.
So yeah, we will talk briefly about kind of the background of the Freedom Schools, how we designed it, and some of our successes, including parent feedback and student successes from the Freedom School. It was a, well, you can go to the next slide.
Sorry.
No worries.
My keeps getting in front of the thing to advance it. All right, here we go. Let me do it this way.
No worries.
There you go. Sorry.
There we go. Okay. So the Freedom Schools are modeled after the Children's Defense Zone Freedom Schools, modeled from Mississippi Freedom Summer in 1964. And so according to the CDF guidelines, there's 5 essential components: high quality academic enrichment, parent and family development, civic engagement, and social action, intergenerational servant leadership development, and nutrition, health, and mental health. So we try to be mindful of all of these things as we transition to a virtual platform due to COVID-19 pandemic. You can go to the next slide. It's so fancy to say go to the next slide. So with our virtual Freedom School, we served approximately 60 3rd through 5th grade Charlottesville City Schools and Albemarle County Public School students. We did this on the Zoom platform. We had a 10-to-1 class ratio, so 10 students with 1 teacher. Some of these grades groupings were mixed, but we tried to keep the same grade levels together. We provided live, high-quality instruction from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. We were trying to be very mindful of kind of the developmental needs of a 3rd grader versus a 5th grader. So at the next slide, you'll see the kind of time breakdowns within this, because it wasn't straight academic instruction. We integrated breaks into it. We integrated social studies, oral history instruction, as well as different civic engagement activities. We also realized one of the major disruptions of COVID-19 has been the relationships between adults and students. And so we made sure to implement one-on-one sessions between the teachers and the students. And this could either look like one-on-one tutoring or one-on-one mentoring. And our teachers, or SLIs, worked really closely with the parents to figure out what suited their family best. And so they met with them twice a week in 30-minute sessions. And then on top of this, we also had extracurricular activities. So every week we had virtual field trips. We also had parent engagement webinars and movie nights where everybody in the Freedom School community could come together and kind of fellowship around these different issues that, you know, honestly, the virtual platform enabled us to do in ways that I don't think we would have been able to do in person. You can go to the next slide. And so this is just a sample weekly overview. We went from Monday to Thursday. We had Fridays for teacher planning. And as you can see, we say approximately 9:30 to 10:30. And then you see the kind of different breakdowns through time. Developmentally, they say you should kind of allot 2 to 5 minutes per age of student when it comes to how long they can focus. And so when it came to third graders, when it came to our reading lessons, they were closer to 35 minutes, whereas fifth graders, they often went to 45 minutes to an hour. We also had brain break, so we wanted to be really mindful of the fact that it's hard for anybody to be online virtually for extended period of times. But we made sure that during these brain break times, screens were still on and they were still engaging as a community, but it was just less focused on academic content. We also had DEAR integrated into it, where students would all sit on the Zoom call and read together collectively, even though they weren't engaging with each other explicitly. And the days ended either with an oral history, social studies activity, a day of social action, so that was related to civic engagement, or a virtual field trip. And so this particular week, students went to Monticello. And so you can go to the next slide. And Kristen will actually be talking about this slide.
Hello, so again, my name is Kristen Edwards, and I was the site coordinator for the Charlottesville Freedom School. So a huge part of Freedom School is community and parent engagement. So to help foster that, we had virtual field trips that were live and pre-recorded that focused on the African American experience. We also had weekly 1-hour parent engagement webinars that focused on topics that were relevant to the parents. So we did topics such as COVID-19, advocating for your child in Charlottesville City Schools and Albemarle County Schools, and in engaging your students on virtual platforms, and parents had the opportunities to ask questions and to learn about new topics. We also had a movie night that was focused on social emotional learning. So Dr. Harris would share her screen and I would chat in the chat box, and I would encourage students to chat with one another too. So some of the movies we watched are like Coco, Inside Out, and Akilah and the Bee. Next slide, please. So we had numerous successes. So we had 3 rising third graders that won all 3 seats for a national competition called Why We Vote. And those 3 students were Sapalania Opombo, Sasha Jones, and Ixel Paz Gonzalez, and we are so proud of them. And we also met with representatives from the Freedom School, and they told us that they loved how we had set up our virtual Freedom School, and they're going to use that as a model for Freedom Schools nationwide.
Yeah, and I want to mention our Freedom School, this was the first time a Freedom School has ever been virtual, like many things due to COVID-19. And we definitely hit bumps on the road, but we got really positive feedback from parents and students, in the sense the ways parents felt students were engaged in ways they hadn't seen prior. They felt students really felt connected to each other on this virtual platform. And we tried to make sure that could take place through these kind of SCL movie nights or one-on-one connections. So, you know, it was affirming to see the ways in which we can build connection, even given the circumstances of COVID-19.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions or concerns?
So hi, y'all. Thank you so much for your presentation. That was really lovely. Or was there any other comments? I would love to hear from our board members, but that Ms. Edwards or Dr. Harris or Dr. Aldridge would like to make before we open up the floor.
I'd just like to say something. I want to personally thank Dr. Atkins for partnering with us. I pitched this idea of a collaboration between the university and the Charlottesville City Schools to her, and she immediately jumped on it. And so this has been a great partnership. And I also want to thank Leo Perrier and Juan Wade for helping me think through the Freedom School in its very early stages. So it's a major success. And thanks to, of course, Jahari and Kristen, they were superstars. They were awesome in helping bring this together at the last minute into a virtual format.
Thank you, Dr. Aldridge. Any board members like to have any comments or questions?
Ms. McKeever, I just would like to thank Dr. Aldridge and his team. I had the opportunity to go to the initial presentation, and he and his team were just so energetic. And I run into people all the time. Are we doing this again? Can we do this again? I want my child to do this. I want my child to do that. And so I just, always say, well, we're working on it. We're working on it. Hoping that the energy and the interest that was generated this year will be there in years to follow. And I am just sorry I did not get an opportunity to connect with Kristen in order to do the recording for reading, but that's okay. I'm gonna keep my voice and I'm gonna keep practicing, and I'll get in there next time. But you all are getting not only positive press in the media, but you're also getting positive press in the community. And word of mouth in our participatory community means a lot. So thank you for your time, your energy, talents, and efforts.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to say this.
I just wanted to kind of to go off that, because I do, and we didn't say it on here, we want to say like a huge shout out to our parents because they showed us so much grace. They showed us so much support. I mean, we had technology issues in the beginning that they were there troubleshooting with this. So I want to stress that this was 100% a community-led effort, and it was through the efforts of, us as administrators, students as, engagers, parents as collaborators, and, Rachel Rasnick and actually Katrina Lee led a session for us. And so it really was this huge effort that I think is directly contributed to its success.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to say a couple of comments, please.
Go ahead.
So I just want to first thank Derek. Derek, probably he started, squirreling this down a couple of years ago, and man, you made it happen. You didn't let a pandemic prevent you from making this happen. So kudos to you, good brother. Just a couple of comments on this. I know when we were talking, Derek, you said one of the big aspects of this is the teachers going to Tennessee to get the training. And I assume, I don't know, did that happen? How did that happen this go around? Was that virtual, or were they able to go to I believe is to the farm of Alex Haley to get the training?
So our SLIs, our teachers, were not able to go to the training in Tennessee, but they did do a virtual training. But they were also trained by Jahari and Kristen. I would argue that the training that they were provided by Jahari and Kristen was as good, or it was at very top quality. And Jahari and Kristen can speak to that because they were able to attend that training.
Yeah, I will say, because of the time frame of when our Freedom School started, the National Freedom School actually got pushed back, and so our SLIs weren't able to attend. But kind of going back to our framework, we were really interested in like critical mentoring and really having this like culturally sustaining perspective when it came to engaging with students, really with race at the focal point and like racial inequity and how can teachers disrupt that. So we implemented just different sessions before leading up to the start of the Freedom School that focused on these different topics. So we had, again, community members. We had a teacher from CCS give training on just how to engage students on online platforms. We had Drs. Nancy Deutsch and Mike Lyon give training on mentoring. We had Dr. Aldridge give training on oral history. So we were really just kind of pulling from the resources we had. We had training on stereotype threat and how do we make sure we do not engage in those behaviors in the classroom, make sure SLIs were as prepared as they could be entering the school.
Add something. We also did meet with our interns weekly. And I would just make sure you go over their lesson plans with them, and then help them with any like bumps in the road they might have gotten to.
I just have one other follow-up comment. I see Sherry wants to get in, and that is just follow up on one thing that Leah said, and that's the community perception. And just since this has completed, I have been contacted. I think the school board has been contacted, but me personally have been contacted several times by different community members, just commending you all on how great it was, and actually letting us know that the process and the platform that you all use is something that we can use as we're going virtual. So, and I know that we received email on that, and I hope that the training that we're giving our teachers on how to go virtual starting in September 8th is that we can incorporate some of that, because it seemed to go over really well, and the students were able to connect and feel to be part of it. And I heard just from several, pretty critical members of the public, and they had positive things to say. So the training that y'all received and the way that you put it out was well received by the community. So thank you. That's all I have to say, Madam Chair.
My turn. Yeah, well, it's okay. Anyway, I want to, first of all, congratulate you on what seems to be a wonderful success of this program and in its launch here. And it's fabulous. It's a wonderful addition to the community. And I had a couple of questions. One was I wanted to understand a little bit more about the nature of the parent involvement in the program. Were parents present with the kids the whole time? How did this work?
So parents, just from hearing just informal conversations with parents, some parents would be in the same room with their child while the student was engaging in the like live instruction, but it wasn't a requirement. One thing that was kind of heavily emphasized for the Freedom Schools was attending the parent engagement webinars. That was something we really tried to get as many parents as we could. We gave out raffles for those. But when it came to the actual live instruction, that was really up to the parents' choice to whether or not they would be present. I will say a lot of times parents were just kind of in the background because we did have a lot of technology issues, particularly in the beginning. So, parents would just be close by to troubleshoot, but it wasn't a requirement.
Great. And I guess similar to kind of what Juan was mentioning, it seems to me that maybe there are some takeaways from this experience that you could share with us in terms of, I know there are a lot of parents out there who are really anxious about the virtual platforms and how their kids are going to do. And I'm wondering if you could just share, some takeaways for us about, what do you think worked really well here? And is there anything, that you learned that maybe you would change for the next time?
Sure, I can go, and then if Kristen wants to share. I think one big thing was just really understanding the time we are in right now with COVID-19. And so understanding that we all had to give each other grace and pay. I keep coming to back to that word grace, because there were struggles and, parents were understanding. And then likewise for us, there were times where students didn't have their screens on, or students were coming in late. And we just had to be understanding that this is an incredibly stressful time on all levels. And there's been disruptions at every level. And so, by connecting, by making sure SLIs connected with parents, or what we call the teachers, as often as possible, as responsive as possible, to keep those lines of communication open, to ensure we can do what we can within these circumstances to support all of our children succeed. I think that was like our biggest thing of success. Like we really did enter this as like a partnership rather than this kind of top-down effort. I think one thing we did learn is it helps when students have their screen on. So like making sure during virtual instruction, having kids have their screen on makes a huge difference. Having kids, you know, sitting up straight as if they're in a classroom, even if they're not, you know, sometimes I would like pop in and I like child would be in the bed and you know, it was fun. I get it. I also want to do it. But I think it kind of helps with the energy levels. Those are just some like little technical things. Our SLIs had great feedback of like giving in, you know, there has been a lot of conversation about the academic losses that may occur, which are really important. But I think, you know, it's part of my own research background, these kind of social emotional pieces of learning and the socialization. So the SLIs were intentional about like having that time built into the classroom dynamic. So having time for small talk, having time for engaging with peers, like that was really meaningful, I think, for the students and the teacher and like building the connection. But I think the biggest thing is just grace and just patience, because these aren't normal times. And so how can we make the best we can with the circumstances we've been given? And Kristen, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
I don't have much to add, but I think our huge, like the big thing was just like making sure that we're constantly contacting parents. And like Jahari said, like it's a partnership, and making sure that parents are aware of like the Freedom School expectations, and making sure that we're aware of, you know, what do the parents want out of this program? Like what kind of parent engagement webinars do they want out of this program?
And I this other thing, I think one thing that was also helpful is we were very explicit about issues of like race and justice. And I think within this kind of given time frame of like COVID-19 and this increased attention to racial injustice in the States, I think that was meaningful for students to have a place to talk about these issues and engage and have curriculum that, you know, aligned with these issues in many ways. So I think, you know, being attentive to the times really helped build the kind of classroom dynamics.
Okay. Does anybody else, any of the other board members have any comments?
Yes, I'd like to comment, make a quick comment or two. Congratulations, Dr. Aldridge and your team, for having the vision and setting all of this up so that our children will have a meaningful learning experience. Thank you, Dr. Atkins, for your willingness to partner with Dr. Aldridge and his team, and Dr. Harris and Ms. Kristen Edwards. Thank you so much for engaging our students and parents. And this sounds exciting, and how exciting that your virtual model will be a model that other states will use during their virtual experiences. So congratulations to everyone, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Any other comments from any of the board members?
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I just wanted to comment and just commend everyone on a job well done, and thank you for adapting to the current times, and to just really just say thank you that you made it work in such an amazing way. And also, if you could just provide a little more information about how the one-on-one session with the students worked. And that's my only question.
Yeah, so with the one-on-ones, we really wanted to leave that open to what parents and families needed. And so prior to the start of the Freedom Schools, the SLIs, the teachers were instructed to reach out to family members and discuss what particular thing their child needed, whether that was more just kind of social interaction or support in reading or math. You know, I would say the majority of our students were struggling readers, and some of them had struggling math issues. So that was, even though Freedom Schools is primarily a reading a reading focused summer school. During the one-on-ones, SLIs would work on math issues if that's what the parent indicated was of importance. So I think the biggest thing is they connected with parents prior to the start of the school. They set the schedule. We had given SLIs a schedule. We gave them time during the day as like a block of when they could do the one-on-ones, and then they scheduled it with parents. And it was 2 30-minute sessions for the week, but some SLIs did like 1 hour session at the beginning of the week. It's just whatever really works best for the families. But yes, it was very, very flexible. So sometimes they were just doing TikTok videos. So it just really depended.
Same with me. No.
Ms. McKee.
Anything else, Ms. Bryson-Morthberger? Okay.
That was it.
Anybody else?
I have a comment, Ms. McKee.
Go ahead, Doctor.
I just want to thank Dr. Aldrich, Dr. Harris, and Ms. Edwards for an amazing job putting this together. To be able to turn so quickly and move from face-to-face to online and have such a rich experience for our students was commendable, and it's something that we truly appreciate. And partnering with the university and Freedom School has given us another avenue by which we can reach our students in literacy. And no one has mentioned this yet, but we are discussing how we might continue into the fall and continue the partnership. I don't know if Dr. Aldrich is ready to talk about that, or Dr. Harris, but that is something we are exploring now. As we start to think about year-round school, what might a model look like if we would continue with Freedom School? So thank you for all of your work.
Thank you, Dr. Atkins. Anybody else?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Yes, quickly. So just wanted to echo what everybody has already said. So Dr. Aldrich, Dr. Harris, Ms. Edwards, thank you so much. And again, excited to hear that, Dr. Atkins, about the potential for an ongoing relationship. And then also just I'm so grateful to have heard from you all just these examples of what worked, what didn't work, you know, an example of a little, you know, shorter duration model of what we're looking to implement going forward. So really appreciate the feedback that you provided and the leadership and the relationships that you established. So thank you for all that you did.
Okay, is that all the board members that would like to speak? Okay. Dr. Aldridge, Dr. Harris, Ms. Edwards, thank you all so much for your hard work. It sounds like an extraordinary experience, and one extraordinary for you and for the students and for the parents and for this community. So thank you very much. And I'm really looking forward to future updates and that, you know, someday we can meet in person. So thank you. We're going to move on to the next item on our agenda. So I appreciate the Freedom School being here for us and talking about that. The next item on the agenda is the return to school plan. So I'm going to give that over to Dr. Atkins so she can.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we'd like to do is, last week the board approved our return to school in a virtual model, and we'd like to bring some more specific details now about child care, preschool, special education, working with our English language learners, and our nutrition program. We've had an opportunity to think through how we might deliver services in all of these areas and partner with our community. So we have a host of presenters tonight that will address each of those areas. So we'll start off with the child care, and then if the presenters each would follow with their presentation. Ms. Powell.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Atkins. Madam Chair, members of the board. Leslie, if you'll advance through to the next slide. I'm going to kick things off by talking about childcare and parent and provider supports that we've been working on. There's been a lot of thinking and conversations around this topic for many weeks. And now that our first quarter learning plan is decided, we're happy to share where we are with these plans. Charlottesville City Schools, we're preparing to support our families and also the providers who are supporting our families through these challenging times. And we've been preparing to do that in 3 ways. The first is by providing space for the expansion of other supports, as well as space for youth development partners who have the capability to scale to meet community childcare needs. And specifically, the Brooks Family YMCA, we will be working with them to provide space at Walker, which is nearby, of course, to the Y, so that they will have the space similar to what we have to do as we advance towards a hybrid model. You have to have more space to meet the physical distancing requirements. While we're in a predominantly virtual mode, that's something that we can do to help, is allow our space to help these partners meet those requirements as well. So Walker will be the focal point for the Brooks Family YMCA to be able to scale up. And then the Boys and Girls Club, of course, they're right there beside Buford. We already partner with them in many ways. And so spaces at Buford will be allocated to the Boys and Girls Club to help them scale and serve the membership for the Boys and Girls Club. So we feel those are important steps to help meet the childcare demands. And then another major way that we are going to be working to support our families and the other providers who are supporting our families is we're going to provide training and support with all of our virtual learning programs and tools for parents, the providers, and the community partners. And that came up in the comments earlier. I don't have those specific details of the training or the portals available to share with you this evening, but just know that what is done will be well crafted and it will be comprehensive. And it'll be also provided in a way that people can self-serve for the information online for much of it. So we're looking forward to providing those resources. And then the third area where we're looking to provide support is in providing an inventory of our school and student needs for the community to help address needs, because we know that there's been a lot of movement and energy around supporting the schools and addressing all these needs. And so we want to, do our part to put forward, what the needs are for materials and supplies. And then of course, meals. Feeding has been something that's been, within not even a week of when we had our closure in the spring, we were ensuring that we continue to provide meals in the community. That remains really important to us. And that comes up again at the end of this presentation. But the bottom line is we're all navigating a lot of change, and it is critical that we work together and focus on what we can control. And so in that spirit, Leslie, if you want to go to the next slide.
Can I talk to you for a second? Can I ask you a question?
Oh, sure.
So I just wonder, because Abundant Life has now come to 2 of our meetings and basically said, hey, we want to support the schools. So I see YMCA and Boys and Girls Club, they have, that's very helpful because they have capacity to really kind of meet the need. And I just wonder, like, if we were to offer similar, like, space to, like, a nonprofit like Abundant Life or some other organization, like, can we do similar things with them? Because, like, I feel like that's the flexibility we're going to be required here.
So I think if we could go to the next slide, whoever's driving the slideshow at this point, I think it may be Pat. Thank you. I think a conversation around this might help address that question, if that's okay.
Perfect.
So as we've been trying to navigate this change and we think about, or we see this landscape of community resources that's unfolding, to provide different supports. In general terms, we see the different community partners falling into three categories. The virtual learning childcare partners. These are entities that we already had conversations or relationships with prior to COVID, and we know something about their ability to scale up and help work with hundreds of hundreds of children or families. So those partners are, again, the Boys and Girls Club and the Y. Those were ones we knew, because when folks talk about wanting to support in this environment, we don't know at this point for everyone. We're in different levels of understanding in these relationships, but who's really interested in providing mentoring, tutoring, partial day support versus full day childcare type of support, which is more like folks who run summer camps, things like that. And that's a different level of services, if you will, a little bit different model than some others. And so certainly these conversations are still in process. So I want to be clear that we're sharing kind of what we know about where we are tonight. And in fact, there's an important meeting tomorrow that several of us are going to be involved with that also a lot of folks on this slide are going to be part of those discussions as well with Candid group, which anyway, if you look across the top here, the three groups are the virtual learning, what we're calling childcare partners. These are youth development agencies, but they also, again, have the ability to support families who have more of those full day childcare needs. The second category, and this is just a term that came up with us talking amongst ourselves, but it's more like what we think about as learning labs, which may or may not provide full day programming. But these, when we think about these groups, they typically would utilize public and or commercial facilities. Their community or professional partners, they're led by those types of entities. These are entities that have been around pre-COVID. And examples of this include Abundant Life, who's been, very much a part of these conversations, and an organization that has worked with us in our schools prior to COVID. There's City of Promise, another organization we've long been involved with. ACAC is an organization that now they are offering, I believe, some full day programs to support families in this virtual learning environment. Computers for Kids, Madison House, and there are many more. I want to be clear, that's not a comprehensive list. And I believe, there are lots of different organizations and entities that are coming forward wanting to help in all of this. And then the third group are community learning groups, if you will, that are forming. And these tend to be groups that are neighborhood based and would operate out of neighborhood spaces. And we do have individuals that are voicing, a desire or they're actually putting things underway perhaps to form these type of groups. We've had to look at what can Charlottesville City Schools do to support all of these groups. And this gets back to, what can we provide? We can provide the trainings to make sure that all of these groups feel equipped to support students in the virtual learning environment. We can provide resource lists, everything from, COVID checklists, which I know they're widely available from many sources, but we have them as well when you think about interacting with students, and resources for virtual learning best practices, online safety. All of those are types of things we'll make that available to everyone. Meals, of course, we're going to continue our feeding program, and we'll talk about this again at the end of the presentation, but we understand that our feeding sites and our bus routes that have worked so well from the school closure and then through the summer, we'll need to reevaluate all of that in light of how the community evolves with these different, situations of where the kids are going to be. And we certainly want to be able to accommodate requests. It doesn't mean that we'll be able to meet every request, but we're going to want to hear from people, and we'll put a form and some processes in place for entities to, let us know, hey, we're serving 10 kids or 12 kids or 5 kids, and can you add us on a bus route or a stop? We're going to want to know about those things. We're going to need a process for that. And then last but not least, just providing a portal, if you will, for us to, a lot of people want to help. And so one of the things we can do is, as we move through the different phases of operating under COVID, is, we should do a good job of letting the community know what are the needs that, community partners could potentially help us address, or donors with materials, supplies. Those are the types of things we're talking about there. So this is sort of the framework for how where we are now with what we're aware of as far as solutions that are in the community to address childcare and student supports during virtual learning. And that's that concludes the slides for this part of the presentation. I'm happy to take questions now, or however you'd like to handle that.
You can keep going unless there's some questions, I think.
Okay. Madam Chair, Dr. Adkins, thank you for this opportunity to share with you about what I have been working on and the team has been working on to support our youngest learners. As we know, our youngest learners learn differently than a lot of our older children do. So we have developed a plan to try to support them differently than many of our older students. So we had some questions that we felt like were very critical in order to support them appropriately and make sure that we were planning appropriately. So if we could go to the next slide, we'll take a look at those. So I felt like it was really important that we were looking at kind of what were the priorities for Charlottesville City for early childhood in the classroom and how it looked in a remote approach for early childhood. We are still calling it virtual learning, but really we are looking at a remote way of adding some additional supports for children and families. We're going to look at strategies and supports that will be used for children. We're going to look at student learning and growth. How do we know that they're learning? How is their progress measured? What's a day in the life of a child going to look like? What's a day in the life for a teacher and an instructional assistant? To be able to kind of look at that and how those three groups would interface, and then what supports families would have. So if we could go to the next slide, we'll take, so how did we focus? If we could go ahead and go to the next slide, that's the one that has the most pertinent information. We base everything that we have been working on based on research and theory. And we know that family members are the first and the best teacher for their child. They are the one who can they already have relationships. They're the ones who know their child inside and out. And that's the family's role. We know that the teacher's role, they've got the expertise, they've got the knowledge about pedagogy, about how children learn, how children develop, and how to support them in their cognitive development, their social emotional development, their literacy development, all of those different areas. And when you look at this graphic on the right, you see that the learning environment really is the only component that is changing a little bit during this time. Everything else will still be a part of what we're doing. It's just the learning environment. The rest of the components are very much in line with the priorities of what we focus on in any early childhood classroom. Our focus will be to form relationships with each child and each family. A family looks different in many, many homes. And so we want to make sure that we are supporting the family members that are supporting the child during this time that we are going to be working remotely. We want to make sure that our staff gets their learning needs met to be able to best provide for their students. And we really want to work to empower families to support their children, because our educators are in these children's lives for a short period of time compared to the parents and the family. So we will be spending a lot of time working with families in order to support their children. And what's one of the most important things for us is the continuity of teaching and learning. As we know, and as we're learning about COVID, there's been some thoughts about, do we stay in a virtual situation? Do we go face-to-face? We want to make sure that there is continuity regardless of the modality or what the learning environment is. We want to make sure there's continuity so it's seamless for the children. Next slide, please. So what resources will we be using? Many times people think of early childhood, oh, it's just play, it's just coloring. There's a lot more to it. And so the next slide, we're going to be talking a lot more about that. So this year is the second year we will be implementing the creative curriculum, which is a VDOE approved resource, which we are required to have one of the vetted curriculum resources in place. So we will be continuing the use of that. And I'm going to skip number 2 there for a moment and go down to the others. We will talk about the Heggerty's Phonemic Awareness, which is one of our literacy tools. It's an additional support that we started last year that we had great success with. Developing number concepts in preschool, that's a math resource that we look at developing number concepts because we really want children to be able to formulate the concepts of different numbers to be able to develop into the higher level math when they're ready, and so that they truly have the concepts. And then obviously we will also be implementing our second step social emotional learning curriculum. All of these pieces will be tied together with a brand new, hot off the presses, literally, I got my login last night for the Creative Curriculum Cloud product. This is going to be a digital resource for planning purposes for the teachers to be able to implement different units of study that are very child friendly, very child driven on different topics that they're interested in. But it is based, and I can talk more later about it, but it will plan different units of study, things like trees, things like clothing, things like different types of balls, signs, different animals, pets, different topics, but it really follows the child's lead, which I think is going to be an amazing resource as we are moving into a flexible learning approach. And the wonderful thing about this is that there are books, children's books and other resources like learning games. There's hundreds of learning games that will be incorporated that we will be able to share with families, so that families will have access to all of those resources as well. Next slide, please. So how will we know that every child is growing and progressing? That obviously, as a parent myself, is really important, but as an educator and the leader of the early childhood team, it's really important that I know that we have a good sense of a child is learning. So the resources that we will be using, some of them are required of the VPI preschool program that we have used previously. That would be like the pre-K PALs for literacy. We will continue doing that. It will look a little different in our approach, but that will continue. We have been using the assessing math concepts assessment. That will continue. The Brigance early childhood screening we will be using with our 3-year-olds. Those other 2 or 4-year-olds, this one is a 3-year-old assessment. Those are the same. The thing that is going to be different this year, and I'm again going to skip to the bottom and then I'm going to come back to the more exciting tool. We will be doing the childhood behavior rating scale pilot that matches up with the VKRP assessment that the state of Virginia has been implementing. So we want to start that pilot for the preschoolers. So the CBRS can be looked at as 4-year-olds and as kindergartners, so that we will have a real nice flow of data on that. The piece that's really exciting, and again is very new, and I just got my login last night for, is the Teaching Strategies Gold. This is the creme de la creme of early childhood. It's the gold standard of early childhood assessment. It is based on 38 childhood objectives for development, which is completely crosswalked with our VDOE foundation blocks for preschool. So we have, and it is observational in nature. So it can be a video clip that a parent takes of a child doing an activity. They send it to the teacher. That can get uploaded into that child's profile. And it can very easily, so the child or the teacher or the parent can supply some information for that. And it really gives a very nice developmental profile, if you want to think of it that way. And there are about 16 different reports for data analysis that we can look at how an individual child's doing, how a classroom is performing, how a school is performing, how our entire program is performing. So we're really excited about that tool. Next slide, please. So that was a lot of information, but most people really want to get down to, so what does the day look like? Because as a parent, I understand. That's what I would want to know, is what that would look like. So we'll go to the next slide. So as you're looking at this slide, there are 3 columns. The first column is about what the teacher will do. The second one's about what instructional assistants will do. And the third one is about what students would do. This is a sample. This is not set in stone. This isn't, you know, locked in yet, but this is an example of what it might look like. And you can see that there is little group time for the entire class to be on, because I don't know if you've ever sat in a classroom at the beginning of the year when they're doing circle time. You know, it takes a while to learn how to get that many people together, let alone on a device. We're not spending a lot of time virtually, but we do want them to be able to see each other. So we are going to have some group time where the teacher is leading. Then there will be small group time, and we are going to be doing small group, which will be individual or small group. So when we say small group, we're talking 2 or 3 children. It will be very planned and mindful of children's needs and what children need to have happen. There's going to be parent communication and collaboration and planning. There's going to be recording of videos and making materials for families. And then you can see that there's some small group time and independent time, so that children are not part of the large group. It still would be small group. Another piece we feel like is very important is the friendship groups. We want to start forming relationships, and the way they can do that is in very small groups. And that can be some time where they're being silly. That can be some time where it is very catered. And I will say, when we are looking at small group or independent, small group especially, but friendship groups, those can be very catered to individual children's needs. So students with special education needs or individual learning areas that they need some help in with language, those things can be specifically catered for their supports to be included during those times. Next slide, please. So how will families be supported? Next slide. So here are a few of the resources that will be provided. We are looking to have some sort of a tablet device provided and preloaded with some resources for the children and families to be able to connect with the teacher and the staff. Each week, families will be receiving from Ready Rosie, as you see over on the right, a weekly 2 or 3 minute video list of video modeled activities that they can do at home, at the grocery store, at a restaurant, wherever they may be. And I'm happy to share examples, you know, at another time of what some of those would be. They're real families with real children. They're not actors and actresses. They're real children and real families and real homes, talking about describing peanut butter, talking about describing a loaf of bread, and how children need to work on vocabulary development, language development, and that's just one example, but it's every area, and that is all crosswalked with the foundation blocks as well. And so those other resources will all be tied in to the Canvas course, similarly to their older brothers and sisters. But I think the thing at the bottom is the most important. Teachers are going to be partners with parents throughout. The teachers and instructional assistants are going to support families. And I think as long as, and I think Dr. Harris earlier in the Freedom School presentation said, I think families and teachers need to give each other a little grace during this time, but we are going to partner together to make sure that this remote learning experience is really building a child's confidence, because their parent is going to be with them, and a teacher is going to get to know each of their children through the parent and the parent experience with helping support. Next slide. Those of you who are familiar with Dr. Bob Pianta and Dr. Bridget Hamry from UVA and Teachstone to me, this really spoke to kind of our focus during this. Children who are motivated to learn and connected to others in the early years of schooling are much more likely to establish positive trajectories of development in both social and academic domains. And what better people for them to be emotionally connected to than their parents or their family members during this time. And we will help provide them with tools and help transfer some of that connection to others in their early years once we're able to bring them back into the school. So in summary, these are the points, but really the bottom one is the most important, is that relationships are key. It really is, they are critical, and they are the basis for everything that we do in early childhood and in education, because we have to take care of the emotional connection and relationship with children first. So we are going to do everything to help support families, and we just hope that there are, we're going to be learning a lot, but just in a different way this year. And I'm happy to answer questions at the end if folks have questions that they would like to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sparks. Ms. Lee, are you next? Dr. Lee?
I believe if Ms. Lee is not available, Rachel Rasnack was going to take it. I saw Ms. Lee here just a little bit ago. Maybe her power has gone out again.
Okay. Hope you're taking care of yourself, Ms. Lee. Go ahead, Rachel.
Sure. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Atkins, and school board members. We really appreciate the opportunity to share with you the Special Education and Student Services Plan for Return to School. So the key part of special education is that IEP teams, which include parents, students, staff, and community partners, collaborate to develop individualized programming within the framework of virtual learning. We understand that virtual instruction does not necessarily replicate the classroom experience. However, our teams really remain committed to providing quality individualized supports and specially designed instruction. If you look at our special education population in Charlottesville City Schools, you'll see that from our December 1 child count in 2019, we have 643 students who are identified requiring special education services. When we look at that data, we see that 78% of services receive special education services for less than 50% of their day. That means that the majority of their school day is spent in the general education environment with their peers and with their teacher and possibly additional supports. Of the 142 students who are receiving more than 50% special education, many of those students are the ones who are receiving very intensive supports in private day placements. What we know, if you can advance, is that there needs to be continuity of services for students with disabilities. Those services range in what they target and what they focus on, but they can be delivered through a variety of models and formats in our current reality. So when we're focusing on special education within a virtual framework, case management and specially designed instruction are the key components to support students with IEPs. Students will be able to access the curriculum in the general education virtual setting. They will be attending class with their peers according to their school plan, and then they will receive that individualized support from the special education teacher and related service providers to support their progress towards their individual goals. We've included additional information in the slides for you to read that I'm not going to read out loud as well, but if we want to advance, the Special education is based on a continuum of services that range from minimally restrictive to a highly restrictive environment. Our specialized programs are also noted on this continuum. For each student, every time an IEP team meets, they consider this continuum of special education services, and they ensure that services are provided in what we call the least restrictive environment. The general education environment will be virtual in the fall. Therefore, this is the first environment to consider since it's the least restrictive of our options. Many special education students will continue to make progress in the virtual general education environment, just as they made progress in the general education environment previously. But within that, we also know that we need a virtual continuum for our students with disabilities. Many students can be served in the virtual setting. Special education teachers will be collecting data in order to determine student growth and learning, both towards their IEP goals, but also towards their own individual and school-based goals, such as graduation. Numerous interventions will be tried and data will be collected on their individual effectiveness. An IEP meeting and an IEP team will come together to identify any needs for increased support. And feedback from special education teachers that we received and parents that we've spoken to really highlights the need for IEP teams to be able to consider interventions across this continuum. So to not just be restricted to doing things one way, just like when we are face-to-face, we have to do things differently sometimes for different students. One of the big things that caused pause for us in the spring was that we could not continue some of our assessments because there were not safe ways to do so. So we're really hoping that as we move forwards, our student progress can be monitored. We are making sure that teachers have the tools to monitor functional behavioral assessments and behavior intervention plans, academic progress. And then we also want to make sure that we can in a standardized way, assess our students who are not yet eligible or who are going through a reevaluation process in order to determine the required services that they are entitled to. It's essential that observations happen during evaluation, and our learning environment will be virtual, and so we'll have to figure out how to observe our students in those environments. The next two slides took the school schedules as were presented last week and really fit in where IEP individualized services can be provided. We don't want to remove students from the general education environment. We want special education to be an added support. So it's noted for each of our programs, early childhood, as well as elementary, Walker, Buford, and CHS, what parts of the school day will special education services will be provided. If we go to training for students and families, we know that our students are ready and eager to engage with us, and we also know that there may be additional needs for training with both our students and our families to work in the virtual environment. They may need additional face-to-face sessions in order to onboard. So while the schools are planning their onboarding, there may need to be an opportunity for students to attend more than once. We'll need to work with family partners and our students and parents to navigate the learning resources and establish a learning routine. We also learned in the spring that many of our students require additional tools and learning materials that might be provided digitally to students in the virtual learning environment. And we need to be able to provide accommodations, intervention supplies, and alternative technology when those are required, and would allow students to access. Additionally, we need to train our teachers. So our teachers are phenomenal at face-to-face specialized instruction. What we need to focus our training on is for the virtual environment. We need to make sure that we are equipping our teachers with the skills and the tools to do that in an effective way. So we have a number of asynchronous training offerings that will be presented to teachers that include information about new resources that we are acquiring because of the schools not being open to students immediately. And then also things that are currently in our repertoire but were used face-to-face, and so we need to teach teachers how to use them online, things like our unique curriculum and our BoardMaker software. We are also preparing materials and going to train teachers on how to identify and support students who are found to have unique needs in this environment, as well as the different assistive technology that will be required for all of our students. We will also have synchronous opportunities for staff, personalized and school-based offerings based on student need. At each school, there's a different cohort of students, and so we know we can't just have a one-size-fits-all approach to training our teachers. And we're working very hard to create a collaborative kind of co-op of resources that our special education teachers can support each other and their students by sharing great resources with each other. We also know that we need to communicate and collaborate with our community partners. As was mentioned by Ms. Powell, we've got a number of groups who are going to be supporting our students, and we need to make sure that if they are working with students with disabilities, they are equipped with the tools and information they need to be effective. And so we will be providing coaching support to assist care providers, and we will also be providing training materials such as describing different levels of prompting and what that might mean for a student with a disability. We did want to emphasize that parents need to, reach out to those community providers and let them know so that we can make sure that we can support in the best way possible. So we really appreciate the support that we've been given. We appreciate all the families and teachers who have met with us and spoken with us about their concerns and their hopes for the new school year. And we wanted to share that if any of our community is feeling like they would like to talk, the email list at the bottom connects you with the 3 special education coordinators and Ms. Lee, our supervisor, and we are happy to talk and answer questions, and we look forward to supporting you in the new school year.
I'm muted, excuse me. Again, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Atkins, I'd like to talk to you about our English learners and how we look to support them this year. This summer, the ESL teachers kept many students connected and engaged, practicing English while we were playing games and doing activities. We found that often we had siblings and even parents joining us in these games. So we found that was a really strong way to connect. In addition, the ESL team explored distance learning strategies that were designed specifically for English learners, anticipating that we would start virtually. And they've developed a plan for the 419 Ls that we have in our school division. So what I'm sharing tonight is their plan for how they are going to support our students. The first piece that we have is registration. Supporting English learners begins at registration when students are first joining our school division. This can be a daunting process for ESL families who don't have those language skills. So we want to help them complete that process and get a really strong feeling, get connected with our schools our principals, our teachers. We will also offer a number of options for screening our potential English learners, which is a federal requirement. This will include some face-to-face sessions at schools, since many of our newcomers may not have the technology skills that they need to complete the screener on their own. So we need to do that face-to-face. But at every session that we offer, we will certainly follow all safety protocols. The next slide. There we go. Our experiences last spring taught us that our ESL families need our support with technology. We focused much energy then and this summer, and that was what a lot of the summer was, onboarding our students, keeping them connected, getting them to understand all that they could do in that virtual environment. And we will continue those efforts this fall, as our ESL teachers have been willing to give their text and phone numbers, email addresses to those families so that we can stay connected. We also will be purchasing digital resources that are designed specifically for instructing beginning Ls, because about half of our population of English learners are beginners. Next. So one step in engaging Ls in a virtual environment is going to be designating a case manager for each student. This person will contact classroom teachers, monitor the students' participation in class, check that assignments are completed, and review the students' mastery of the content. They also will identify and have classroom teachers implement the appropriate academic accommodations that that child needs to access the information. Then the information that our case managers gather will be available to classroom teachers and to administrators so that we can all work as a team to support the students. Our main focus in planning for the fall is instruction. We will offer small group instruction and one-on-one support for our students. We also know that our beginning Ls will need daily synchronous instruction, but other students can join these groups as the needs arise. And that's again when we're having this constant conversation with classroom teachers about those who are being successful in that room and those who need some extra supports. In addition, we are ready to arrange and have connections with some community groups ranging for tutors and providing the supplemental resources that can be delivered to homes. We did that in the spring. We've done that over the summer. We will also continue to have supplemental resources in homes if that is needed. Last spring also taught us that we need to be cognizant of the social and emotional well-being of our students. We will continue to work closely with parents, classroom teachers, school counselors, social workers, and our community partners. Some of the partners that we've been working with in the spring, the summer, Creciendo Juntos, the International Rescue Committee, the International Family Medicine Clinic at the University Hospital. Our ESL teachers are excellent at connecting with families. We will continue to use interpreter services, translation, and we'll translate documents into the different languages. And then having a case manager for every ESL student will allow us to maintain regular contact with parents and community partners. And Sherry Stewart, who is our ESL special counselor, will be an integral part of our family outreach efforts. As she has done this summer, Sherry will keep schools connected with parents. She'll direct families to community resources like meals, supplies, and she will help problem solve when challenges arise. Working together, we know we can and will meet the needs of our English learners.
Is that the end of the presentation?
Ms. Powell?
Ms. Powell.
Ms. Powell for Nutrition Services.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide, Pat. So for nutrition services, just a quick update. Back to school means back to feeding CCS students only. The waivers that we've been operating under since the emergency school closure and through the summer, they allowed for us to feed anyone age 18 and under, but that does expire and the ability for us to operate that way ends at the end of this month. So Monday, August 31st will be the last day that our nutrition and then our Parks and Rec partners for the summer. That's the August 31st will be the last day that we'll be pushing out in the community at the current feeding sites using the current routes. And we will go out on that. I believe it's a Monday, but we will go out on the last day that we possibly can. Next slide. So as we look ahead to the fall, there are some big changes. So, you know, we go back to just feeding our own students, but of course we need to be nimble and able to do that where our students are and where the needs are. So starting Tuesday, September the 8th, we will have a new barcode scanning system in place. And for those of you who've ever been around our cafeteria operations, you know, it's long been a process of children or students, you know, entering their number on a pen pad. We wanted to make this a touchless process, you know, moving forward with COVID operations. So I'm I give a lot of credit to Carlton Jones, our nutrition supervisor. Early in the summer, he started working on getting this alternative solution in place with scanners that will be touchless. Students will be issued ID cards during back to school meet and greets on the routes that we run and or by mail. So we're going to push these cards out in multiple ways. Nutrition will scan the cards, or we can scan a photo of the card during meal service. This is a good thing. Parents and guardians will still be able to pick up meals for students using the ID cards or a photo of the card. We are preparing to test the new mobile system now with our laptops and scanners and our hotspots to make sure that when we're actually out on routes that we don't have problems with the system, but we will have backups. We have a backup plan with, you know, binders of alphabetized barcodes of the students so that we will have a way to do the accounting that we have to do if we should have issues with the system literally on the road. We will not be able to take cash. We won't have any cash payment options during this time. But the scanning system is connected to the student meal accounts, just like it is when we're serving in our cafeterias. So the system recognizes free and reduced accounts. It'll recognize students associated with our CEP schools, and then families who are not, you know, eligible for free and reduced lunch if their students not tied to a CEP school. We'll just need families to access their student accounts just like they do during normal operations to maintain funds in the account if they want to purchase school meals, or they'll need to work with us to, you know, submit the free and reduced lunch paperwork just like we work with families during normal school operations. So the bottom line is during virtual learning and no matter what iterations things take moving forward, we already have a plan for when we move into a hybrid mode, how nutrition will pivot and what it will look like. We're always trying to think a step ahead, and I really commend the team for doing that. We will have a new schedule pushing out into the community during the first 9 weeks. We've already decided we're going to go out on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If Monday's a holiday, like the first day of school, we're going to shift to Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, because we know there are a lot of Monday holidays. In light of the planning that the schools have done around their schedules in the virtual learning environment, we are going to change. Instead of 11 to 12, we're going to be going out 11:30 to 12:30. We will be distributing multiple meals when we go out on Mondays and Wednesdays, because on Mondays we're going to be distributing for Monday and Tuesday. On Wednesday, we'll be distributing food for Wednesday and Thursday. And our routes and our feeding sites, many of them will likely be the same, but as I mentioned at the front end of the presentation, we are poised and we're going to work with our transportation colleagues to be as flexible as we possibly can to do the distribution we need to do in that hour and make it as impactful as it can be as far as reaching all the areas of the city where the students are. We will likely, at this point, we're planning to run our normal nutrition services out of Walker and Buford, where we believe we'll have a larger concentration of our students, you know, working with the Boys and Girls Club and the Y. But in addition to running those cafeterias, we'll still maintain routes. We're still going to do feeding sites. So that's the update for nutrition.
Thank you to the team for a great presentation and covering all of those areas. Ms. McKeever, now we'll open up for questions, and I believe we have Trina on the line that she can answer questions, and we also have Denise Johnson who has joined us.
Okay, so to the extent that there's a lot of information and I want to be respectful of people's time, I was hoping that we could go subject area by subject area for school board questions and comments, if that's okay. I think, you know, I'm happy to start anywhere, but I guess we should just go in order with childcare. And if that's okay with the board, is that? Okay. So who would like to speak? Who has questions or comments related to childcare? Ms. Bryson Morsberger?
Yes, I was wondering for the childcare that was listed, the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club, as well as the other learning labs, are the 200 families that we previously identified who had indicated they needed help, are we routing them in those directions? Or what are we doing to help those connections take place?
So the Y opened up their registration, but that was initially just for their own facility. And they understand that when it comes to the Walker facility, the priority will be for Charlottesville City Schools families. And it would only be open beyond that if there's need and capacity and if it makes sense, but we're not at that point yet. Assessing the Walker space, and in preliminary conversations that Bev Catlin's had with the Y, we believe that that space can scale certainly to handle those numbers. And then on top of that, the Boys and Girls Club, I'm meeting with them this coming week at Buford to assess the space and talk through capacity. And their plan is to look at the current Boys and Girls Club membership and prioritize the youngest students first for the families of those, and go up in age from there. And again, we're just gonna have to step through this process with our partners as the needs come forward to look at our available space and the other supports that we're bringing to bear, and just figure out how we can address the needs. But we're optimistic at this point with those two partners that we're focusing on, looking at a full day programs with.
And the last question is, it says fees may vary for some of them. The ones that are located in the Charlottesville City Schools, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a sliding scale, like what are the fees based on, just for affordability?
So I did not bring that information this evening because I don't know for sure if the partners have fully formed that for themselves yet. Operating under COVID conditions can be more costly, but both of these are nonprofits that have always, historically worked with families in a way that's very affordable, or certainly relatively affordable. But I can't speak for them at this time as far as their fee structure. But certainly that's something we'll be looking at as we move forward in this partnering relationship to try to meet the needs. They are nonprofits, so.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
To the extent that, Ms. Bryson Morsberger mentioned the 200 families that we know have needs, specifically, do we have them listed somewhere where we can reach out to them and find them, and the principals can say, hi, we have this resource. What can we do to make it happen for you?
I'll let Ms. Catlin speak. Bev is most familiar with that wait list. So Bev, will you mind taking that one?
So I think one of the wonderful pieces about how we did that wait list, or that interest in after school care, is we did it through the YMCA site. So that list of parents who are interested in some kind of childcare exists that way. They all gave us a phone number and an email, and we will be able to reach out to them and tell them that the options that we will have available to them. And that's the plan.
My understanding is the Y had a capacity of 90.
I believe that's in their facility, or that's not considering the partnership with us.
Right, and that's county and city students.
Right. But what we're looking at is the partnership with us will be just Charlottesville City students.
If it's in our facilities, the priority, there has to be a process where we clear the demand for Charlottesville City School families first.
And will that, it sounds like this is kind of a partnership with class and the Y and all of that, which I think is really great. Does that then will it be a sliding scale based on what we have done in class and what our partnership is going to be with the Y?
So I think anything we would comment on today regarding fees would be premature because to my knowledge, the conversation hasn't gone through that entirely. Bev, am I mistaken?
No, we have not talked fees because those partnerships have fees. The other thing I can say is we're talking about full day programs. Class was not. So we had actually not even created the fees for class for this year. And as Ms. Powell said, the cost of safety protocols for COVID was going to also impact what we were our fees for class. So we hadn't established any of that to know what our fees were. But again, nonprofit organizations, I think they're very clear on the need for affordable childcare in our community.
Well, I think that I just want to remind our parents and our community that we have to look at this through our lens of equity. We cannot let the child care situation merely go to those who can afford it, period. And I just want to reiterate that and remind ourselves of that, that we cannot institutionalize or make systemic this where the haves can get and the have-nots cannot get. So I would that's what I just want to emphasize in this portion. I just because I know that that's on a lot of people's minds. So, Ms. Purrier.
Okay, so I have two child care questions. I heard Ms. Powell say that when we get to a point where we're going to be utilizing our facilities, either at Walker or Beaufort, those spaces will be relegated to those children that are in our school division. So what liability do we have, or do we have any, because they are children in our school division, and if we were not doing virtual, they would potentially be in the building anyway? That's my first question. And my second question is, what are we doing as it relates to cleaning mitigation once our facilities are utilized?
Happy to answer both of those. So the first question about liability, the Y, you may or may not be aware, they do these types of partnerships with schools all the time before COVID, and now of course during COVID they've scaled up with a number of public school divisions. So we're in the process right now, looking through that MOU, and it's very straightforward. But bottom line is, we each, we'll make sure we have the appropriate insurances in place. We check with our insurance companies, and both of us are named as additionally insured on the certificates. That's essentially how these things work, and it's all handled in the MOU. The question about because to further answer your question, depending on what the situation is, like if it was something where if we're providing the facility and something with the facility caused a problem, then that would most likely end up being filed under our insurance. If it's something with staffing under their program, then that would likely not, when they're operating the program, that doesn't fall to us. So that's how that works. But you just basically make sure everyone involved has the appropriate insurances. As far as cleaning, we're working out a cleaning protocol that has a very clear handoff between where the club or the organization, where their staff, where their responsibilities end, and where our custodial staff picks up. Okay. And in summary, it's similar to what we were talking about with our teachers, in that as the school, because we're there, we have those dispenser systems with the COVID rated products already. We're going to provide them with the spray bottles, the microfiber cloths to handle the high touch areas, and explicit directions on how that works. And if the students will be eating there, there'll be expectations that tables are wiped and that sweeping is done. And we'll also be giving them restroom checklists to do through the day. At the point where the program day ends, the custodians come in and they focus on the floors, cleaning, mopping floors and things like that, and deploying our disinfecting equipment so that the space is as an additional layer of disinfection on top of the high touch areas and the wiping of surfaces that should go on throughout the day. And the YMCA has standard operating protocols for COVID, and the Boys and Girls Club has a local reopening committee that consists of local physicians, their board members, and so forth. And so they've been doing the same type of work we have with, looking at all of the COVID operating requirements and details. But we're certainly going to have our own checklists and things that we'll be providing to them, so it's extremely clear where one party's responsibility ends and where the other party's picks up, to make the environment as clean and hygienic as possible.
Now, will all of the employees be the employees of the nonprofits? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Kraft, childcare.
Yes. First of all, I just want to say to the whole team, I'm so blown away by the amount of work that has gone into gearing up for this in a really quality way. And I thank you for all of that. I know that it's a tremendous, tremendous amount of work. You're all working super, super hard, and it's appreciated. So I have a statement and a question. I guess about the cost issue. I want to make sure that every family in our division can access the care that is needed, the supervision of their children, without cost being an obstacle. I think it's really important just to put that out there. And, I know that it is our division, but it's not only our division that's responsible for that. I think it's also the larger community. But I think at this time, it's so important that we make sure that every family can access a quality situation for their child or children if needed. So that's my statement. And the other, I guess, it's a question like who and how are we connecting all of the dots here for all of the needs of all of our kids and families? I mean, who's doing that? How is that going to happen? What's that going to look like? It just seems kind of overwhelming. I'm envisioning this humongous Excel spreadsheet, but how is that happening, and who's responsible for overseeing that, connecting the dots?
So that's a question that either Denise or I would speak to. Denise has been a little more in the trenches with that longer than I have. Denise, do you want me to take a stab at it? I'm certainly familiar with some of the work, but would you prefer to take that one?
You can definitely take a stab at it. That's fine.
Okay, thanks. So you are correct. The network of people, of entities, we'll say entities, that's involved or coming forward wanting to help with this is really growing exponentially. And so it is a challenge around how do you try to organize those resources. And the short statement is, as a school division, I don't think we can take the sole responsibility, or necessarily that should be our focus, to organize all those resources. I do think when you look at our core mission with instruction and feeding, which I do believe is part of our that's our core mission, and we do have a lot of resources, time, and energy going into just managing those areas, making sure we do those to the best of our ability under challenging and dynamic circumstances. But we don't excuse ourselves from trying to address these other issues and be part of the solution, hence the child care partnerships and all that. But there's a group called, and I think it's referred to as CANDID. It stands for the Charlottesville Albemarle Network Dedicated to Youth Development, and it's CANDYD. And that's a group that myself and Denise and I believe Beth, Chuck, several of some of you, I believe, on the board are talking with them. And that group is comprised of folks who have been talking about youth development and after school programs before COVID. Boys and Girls Club is part of that. I'm sure the Y probably is. UVA has a lot of different, I think, pieces in that group. And that type of group, that type of organization, or some entity within it, perhaps UVA or whatever, we hope can step forward and help take the lead in facilitating some of these helping with mapping community resources. We can certainly do that to a certain extent, but we're anxious to find out more about what the different groups who are involved with Candid can help with in that regard. Denise, do you want to add anything to that, or did I do justice to that explanation of?
I think you did a fantastic explanation. I do think one of the things that we want to point out is that we saw the need to support our community partners, and so we've extended my title, if it's appropriate for me to say, to include community engagement as part of the work that I do. And so I plan on being the point of contact for the CCS partnership and helping to best position the community resources that are coming forward.
Thank you, Denise. That's a very important point.
One of the other areas that we're going to take a look at is being able to identify what our needs actually are and creating a site on our webpage to communicate those needs so that it's a place that our community partners and organizations can go to see those material needs that we have, the support needs that we have in the various categories, and to connect to those ones that they could best provide the support that we need.
And if I may, that second slide about childcare, that was our best attempt at trying to depict how the landscape has unfolded for us. I mean, we tried to make I don't want to call it a bold move. I think it was a really logical move, but to do something with partners that we already have relationships with that we felt had the best opportunity to scale up to meet the child care needs that we're hearing about. So that's, kind of part one, and we're intimately involved with that, of course, because it involves our facilities. Then there's that middle group, which are partners, many of whom we've been working with for a long time, and they're public or commercial entities that have established childcare type programs, so they know all about background checks, and they have processes and resources already in place, and we need to support them. But then we're also, of course, going to support, these same supports, if you look at the bottom of that chart, are available to any type of neighborhood groups that are forming, and those, and of course, individual parents and households, and we need to work with that whole spectrum, but our level of involvement varies as far as the level, but those foundational supports are available to all.
Thank you, Kim and Denise.
And Bev's been involved, Dr. Odie. It's a team effort.
Hey, Mr. Bryant, do you have anything? Any questions?
Well, I don't have a question. I just have some comments. I tend to agree with you, Jennifer, in terms of looking at childcare through the lens of equity. I do know that a lot of parents have a lot of anxiety as it relates to childcare and how they're going to work and ensure that their kids are going to be actively engaged in learning. I'm hoping that we can start with those 200 families that we've already identified and reach out to those families as a start to ensure that childcare is not an issue or barrier for our parents. That's all I have to say about child.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments around child care?
Yeah, I just had a couple of comments. One is that I didn't hear the response to Leah's question about if all of the workers would be city or nonprofit employed. It just was a lag, and I didn't hear the response. What was the response to that?
I believe she was asking if the employees in the programs at our facilities, would any of them be school employees? And the answer is no. The programs, the employees are the employees of the program. Our custodial staff come into play when the program exits the building to provide some supplemental and additional layers of cleaning and hygiene support and that kind of thing. But there's a clear handoff.
Thank you. And I just have a comment, and this is too concerning the cost. I think that if we can get an idea, I'm hearing the number 200, and I don't know if that is from a waiting list, but whatever number we think that we have, perhaps we can say half of those would be open to families at no cost, and figure out what that cost would be, and then ask for donations from the community. And that would be, because a lot of people have said that they want to step up to the plate and help. Perhaps we can, but we know these things don't come for free. But if we can say maybe half of those spots will be no cost to families, because if the students are coming back, we know that the families that they're going to be need to be served by workers, and a lot of the workers are parents of our students, and we don't want them to be home alone. And a lot of, maybe some parents may take that chance to do that. We don't want that. And so I think that if we could say half and see what that cost would be, and see if the community and donors would step up to the plate and make that happen.
Mr. Wade,
Yeah.
Kendall Corbin from the YMCA has indicated that it's their goal not to turn any student away because of inability to pay, that they have some scholarships that are already in play, and then they have some additional supports that could be layered over that, so that they will be able to provide for the students and the families who need the services. And that they would work along with those families to make sure that those services are provided. So, and we really appreciate that partnership and all that they're doing.
Thank you.
And I might add that just the Boys and Girls Club historically has been one of the most affordable options for our families with youth development program support. So again, we're still working through details, and so I apologize that we don't have that detail worked out with them yet. But again, one of the reasons we partnered with two different entities, besides logistics and their proximity of their existing facilities to these schools, but also just knowing what their track record has been with providing affordable programs.
Thank you.
Lisa, you're the only one. Do you have any?
I do have a couple, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to echo yours and other board members' concerns about the equity and making sure that we are prioritizing access to the families that need those spots if there are limitations in those spots. I'm curious to know if the 200 families that have been identified, and I think I heard somebody say that those 200 number came from registration through the Y. So I guess I'm a little concerned that, can we truly say that those 200 families are families who need that care and support the most? And I think the families that we are all most concerned about. So I don't know if there's an answer, if that's really a question. I want to make sure that that is at least said. And then Kim, a question for you. Again, going back to the training, the timing of the training that you had alluded to would be released or available. And it sounds like some of these partners like Abundant Life, and I know these meetings are scheduled and are happening, but do we have a general time frame of when that training for these partners will be up and running or available?
I'm going to ask Denise to speak to that because she's been on point with the engagement, thinking about that timeline. So Denise, would you care to comment on that?
We definitely want to speak with the partners a little bit more tomorrow and in the upcoming days to figure out a timeline that works best for everyone. I would like to do some virtual training as a cohesive synchronous group. And so we'll map out that timeline within a week or two and be able to present it.
Thank you.
Clearly we need to, it's something that's, the timeline is this month because we need to get out ahead of school opening.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move now to pre-K. Put Ms. Sparks on the hot seat for a moment. And thank you for your presentation. And I'll go with Ms. Bryson Morseberger. If you have any, I'll start at the top. From before, do you have a question?
Not at this time.
Okay, then I'll just go ahead and just ask the general, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Sparks? I have a question. My question is, I think sometimes that people think we see these presentations like that you may be naive to the challenges because you're not specifically identifying challenges and saying these are the solutions to our challenges. To what extent are you aware, like tell us what challenges you foresee and if there's anything that we can do or that you're, you know, like when you wake up in the middle of the night, worried about things, like you're like, this is what I'm worried about. And like what we can do to maybe try to support you either as a community or as a school board or however.
Well, I can tell you one of the things that had been a challenge that I felt like we needed to address, we have been able to find a solution within the division to do. One of the things that I felt like from the spring to the fall was we were not focused on any technology for preschool children in the spring, because we were more in, you know, trying to keep things as consistent for the kiddos as possible and not confusing things with technology. Now, I feel like we're in a little different situation because we really are looking at new learning. We are looking at being able to provide resources. And I think one of the pieces that's really going to be important, and one of the pieces is that communication between teachers and parents and being able to have that technology for the parent to be able to reach out to that teacher, because there's going to be two-way communication options that we have available for them, that regardless of kind of what's going on, they're going to be able to say, hey, Miss Smith, I need help with, how do I do this? I can't get this. And so we really wanted to provide kind of on the spot communication. So a parent didn't worry about how to do something or that they were doing it wrong, that they had a way to be able to get that communication right away and get a response back right away, because we felt like that time was really important. The other piece that I think we have a lot of new resources that the teachers are going to have to spend some time on. And you know, it's a lot of new resources, online resources, digital resources, but we want to make sure that the teachers have a whole buffet, if you want to think of it that way, of resources that they can use to individualize for different children. Because when the children come into the classrooms, they have a wide range of skills. Some have never sat and listened to a story being read. Some have not sat in a Sunday school class or at the library listening. And so sitting and listening to a person they don't know on the tablet, that could be a really unique experience, which is why I have talked with many of our leaders and many of our children's teachers, and we really wanted to start very one-on-one. And I think giving us the time to really build that relationship one-on-one with the child or the parent is really important. And I think for everyone to understand, there's not going to be a 40-minute math lesson. There's not going to be, you know, a 90-minute literacy block. Those things aren't going to happen. It's going to happen very individually because we want to build the skill of the parents. And I think really being able to get books in children's hands so that they have books, you know, that families have books in their hands, I think that's really critical. And, you know, getting manipulatives for children, I think being able to have things to replicate some of those experiences that they would have in the classroom would be really important.
I hope you're using some of the same kind of model. Like I know this summer, my oldest was a mentor in the engineering program, for example, at Buford. And he said that they delivered the projects to the kids, to the students every single day, or for that week to the students. And I'm just kind of hoping to see a similar engagement. I don't know how you do it, but I think that would go a long way to kind of supporting families, is if we could deliver those sorts of things to them.
Absolutely. And our teachers and our instructional assistants both have been brainstorming about having think of it like 2 tubs per child that then we would almost trade, so that we could come back, clean what needs to be cleaned, and then refill for the next time period. So the teachers have been brainstorming and sending me Amazon links for different things. And so they have definitely been brainstorming about being able to provide. And I will tell you, the early childhood teachers went well above and beyond what many of our counterparts have done for early childhood to get things in children's hands. And so I anticipate that exact same effort by all the staff this fall.
And do you think that it will be, do you think there will be opportunity for like in-person, like socially distant, masked for teacher, child, parent meetings?
I will tell you, there has been a number of staff and Dr. Adkins is grinning because we spent some time today in our administrative retreat brainstorming and talking about outdoor experiences, because we know the value, number one, in getting children outside in green spaces. But number two, we want them to start forming those relationships and forming those connections with their peers, with their teacher. But we want to start the baby steps, if you want to think of it that way, in building that back, so that as we do make the transition, when we come back to school, because we will come back to school, they have already formed those connections and bonds. So it's not like they're walking into a room of strangers. And that's really, really important for children and adults alike.
For sure.
So absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sparks. I appreciate it. Now, does anybody else want to piggyback on my questions or have a question?
I had a question, Sheila, just about working parents who cannot be available during the hours that we're providing these services. What are your thoughts about that situation?
We, as Bev and Kim Powell, have been working with, for instance, YMCA and Boys and Girls Club and Abundant Life, and those providers that connect with our older children. I've also been working with Ready Kids and Gail Esterman, who is their director of early learning, who is well connected with all of the childcare providers around. And we have been gathering a list of supports for little people to be able to help them, because their needs are very different than a group of 4th graders or a group of 5th graders. And so we are working on that to see where the capacity is. And it has been conversation with the early ed task force through United Way as well. So those conversations are happening, and I think that will be an ongoing conversation that we can get some resolution to.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Sparks, I am wondering, you shared with us during the presentation the various and sundry types of tools that were going to be utilized for our virtual learning. How many of these tools or how many of these experiences would have been used if there was no such thing as virtual? Because we hear the angst and trepidations of the parents, and some of these things I am presuming may have been used, although we may be using them now in a different format. And I think whatever we can do to help people feel as comfortable as they can in this uncertain world is reassuring. And so if you could just share with us, because some of our little people are going to be coming into a building for the first time. So they're going to be leaving what they know to something unknown because they may actually have to be in a child care facility versus in our classroom. So if you could share with us that, I would greatly appreciate it.
And I greatly appreciate that question because I think that was one of my my personal priorities as the person who's leading this program, is that we were going to have continuity, that it was the vast majority of these resources are resources regardless of where the learning environment is, that we would be using in a 3-year-old classroom, a 4-year-old classroom, early childhood special education classroom. And it would be individualized and tapered, if you want to think of it that way, to meet each child's needs. And that was really important to me because I did not want to lose focus of our instructional priorities and requirements. And these children will not get these years of education back. And these are so critical in brain development, so critical for future progress. And if they miss a step now, it's hard to make it up. It takes twice as long to make it up if you miss a step. So it was really important to me that we keep that continuity regardless of the location, regardless of the environment, that they had the same resources regardless of where their body was sitting or where it was located.
Thank you, Ms. Sparks. Okay, we're going to go to Rachel. And is Miss Lee here? And Miss Lee, if she's here.
I am. I have limited light, but I am here.
Okay, welcome. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just going to go to Lisa first because I suspect she may have a question or comment.
I do. Thank you. And quickly, if I may, Madam Chair, I was just going to say, Sheila, yes, thank you. And I was excited to see a lot of the resources that you had presented. So for that continuity, I know that Sherry and I sit on that preschool steering committee, and we'd have the opportunity to listen to my dog in the background to see a lot of those resources and know that they've been piloted in some of the other settings throughout the community. So thank you for that. So
thank
that
you.
was that.
And I have always appreciated your support and Dr. Kraft's support. So thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Okay, so switching gears to special education. So thank you for the presentation. I do have a few questions, so bear with me if you don't mind. So off the bat, so have IEPs been revisited? I know that they were kind of revisited at the end, in the spring as we entered into our COVID scenario, and are they being again, or will they be revisited coming into this new year so that we can adapt them appropriately for each student's needs?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, School Board, Dr. Atkins. So absolutely, they will be, each student's IEP will be considered and reviewed individually. That is not to say that, hopefully you can hear me, there's a generator. But that's not to say that all of the IEPs will be amended, but each IEP will be reviewed, especially with us being in the virtual setting and not with the uncertainty of hybrid, going back and forth between virtual. However, the IEP teams, along with our team members, will try to assure that the services that our students have and the services within the context of the IEP will not change to the extent possible within the given situation. So yes, all of the IEPs will be revisited, families will be reached out to. And again, that's not to say that all of them will need to be changed. Some of the IEPs from the spring may still be appropriate for the fall.
Okay. And I know this, we've heard this throughout the evening, this thread of communication and how to best and most efficiently reach our families. And I don't have the answer. I don't suppose that anyone really has the answer. I want to make sure that to the best of our ability and that each family hears from somebody. And I just think it's absolutely vital that in some format, they're hearing from us so that we can know specifically, what worked, what didn't work, where they fall, on that graph that Rachel presented as far as the tiered virtual continuum. And in looking at that graph, I'm curious if there, if we have a sense yet about which of those students are going to need or only be more successful and really need more of the face-to-face as opposed to not. So do we have any numbers yet? Did that make sense?
That is certainly a great question. So in terms of our families and communication with our families, our early childhood working with Rachel, we have certainly contacted some of our parents and some of our programs and many of the programs just to get a sense of what their thoughts are and what their feelings are for their students coming back and how they would feel with some of the factors that we have related to COVID. However, I will say that's a discussion that we've had in terms of reaching out more robustly to all of our families, just to have a discussion. There may be things that in the previous survey that went out to all families that may be more specific to our students with special needs that may not have been addressed, or there may not have been a question and the opportunity for those parents to answer those questions. Many of our students have all of our students have very unique needs, and some of our students have more intensive needs. And we certainly want to make sure that we are hearing our parents, we're hearing our families, to get to that collaboration, to make sure that if any mitigating factors that we are unaware of, that we're working with our families for our students to have the best access they can for the school, for the fall school year coming up, because it's not, we're not in emergency mode anymore. This is school in the fall. So certainly we need to hear from our families. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I mean, I just feel like, again, and I don't know when teachers and everybody's, I think they kind of stagger back in, or case managers at what point they can start picking up phones and making those calls to people. I really feel it's important, sooner rather than later. And I don't think anybody disagrees with that, but I mean, that's a huge priority for me. I was curious about the private placement settings, and does anybody know what's happening with those kids and services and how that's being handled?
Certainly. So our private placement coordinator is on, Patty is on, I think also on T, but I know that Patty Leslie was on, but I can speak to it. And if I miss anything, Patty, please feel free to jump in. So our students who are placed in our private alternative placements by the school division or by another entity in their Charlottesville City School students, those placements have been working on reentry plans with us all summer, actually since the spring. And so our students are going back to school. Some of those programs have started already. And so we're working with transportation to make sure that we can make sure the students are transported safely. We're working with the private placements also to make sure that the programs that our students had are still in place. And we're also working with families. That's a huge piece of it, because all of our families, some of our students in private placements may not feel comfortable having their child in the placement yet. Certainly we understand that. So we're working with each individual family. All of those IEPs are being addressed by Patty. Those parents have been called and communicated with. So I will say that each of our students in a private placement has had a direct communication from either Mrs. Leslie and or the private placement. To those students, the learning is continuing, and the private placements are being very flexible and working with us. And if families need to have a more hybrid model for their family situations, whatever it may be, the placements are doing that. So they are being fantastic about meeting the students where they are and working with the families.
Great. Out of, the different programs that we offer, as far as like the STAR, BEST, and LEAP programs, and I know that Ms. Chuck had mentioned in our last meeting that there had been at least one question, I think, that asked if their child or their student had an IEP. Do you have a sense of how many of the 600 and 43 families we have heard from and how many we haven't or yet still need to?
So if I think Beth's on, I reached out to just see, actually, no, I'll backtrack that, because the families that responded in the initial survey that went out to all families, it was a very basic response for our families. So it wasn't broken out into programs specific. So I couldn't get that information data to you because it wasn't broken out. And that question wasn't asked specifically, is your student in a specific program? And I know that, again, Rachel Rasnick has worked with reaching out to many of our early childhood special education families in those programs. And I know that Karen Wilson, who's also on, reached out to some of our program families, and we have that information and that data. Karen, I don't know if you want to unmute and speak to that, but many, I would say some, of those families within those programs certainly articulated and shared that they would like to see their students receive a different level of programming that would include being in school, some face-to-face instruction, and how would that look for programming for those students. So that was articulated. Again, I know Karen spoke to them, spoke to some of those families, if you would.
So I called all the parents that I could reach in specialized programs, and they were great in responding that, you know, they will do whatever it is, virtual. Many parents said it will definitely be virtual, but a lot of parents said, if I can get more, I'd like more. And so I don't know, don't have the number of that, you know, like how many I called versus how many said those things, but most were like, we will do, virtual will work, we will make it work, but if we could have more, we'd like more. Does that answer your question, Lisa?
Yeah, it does. Thank you for that feedback. I know I had sent an email out earlier in the week, just, you know, things that I'm losing sleep over. And this is definitely an area that, I mean, there's lots of areas, but this is an area that concerns me. And I was like, just send me 100 names. I'll start making phone calls if I need to help. So I appreciate the team's work. And please let us know, you know, how we can continue to support you all. So thank you.
We're certainly passionate about the same things, about all 643 plus all of our students, and truly making sure that we hear the parents' voices and we have the input, and making sure that we can provide our students in the environment and climate that we're in the most appropriate services. So that's certainly on our hearts and on our minds as well. So that's appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, who's next? Anybody else?
No.
Nice try, Juan.
Yeah.
Thanks, Juan. You can go after me.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Miss Lee. I have a couple of questions.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
When it comes to special education, we're all concerned about it being equitable and making sure that they are receiving everything that their IEPs require based on the various and sundry levels, okay? And I've heard you speak about how that's going to go moving forward, but I want to know, how are we dealing with children that have OT or PT or speech therapies, because those types of things usually happen face-to-face or one-on-one. So how are we going to be addressing those skills for those students that fall into those categories?
Right, so that's a great question. So I'll speak first to the occupational and physical therapy services that are being provided. We are working with PrEP, which is our regional program, which is where those two therapists are housed. And so we're working with PrEP, again, to figure out how we can provide those services. Some of our students, I don't know, may have occupational therapy, for example, for fine motor, they're using pencil grips, so they're using some of those modalities. And those are things that we work with the families to make sure that those materials are in the home and they're working with students in that fashion. There may be some students who have therapies to access the school setting. That may be something that therapists will work with the families to see how that could be practiced at home. but I mean, obviously we would be accessing the school setting, so those things will look different. So I would say for each of those, the therapists are the physical therapists, occupational therapists are having to review each of those IEPs to determine how they need to be amended. You're exactly right. So, I mean, face-to-face is always, you know, the LRE if COVID wasn't in place. And so looking at how we can do those things virtually in a virtual setting, and also working with families and our therapists and our staff to see when appropriate in a small setting or individualized basis, what would it look like to have, with all the PPE and all our mitigation factors in place, what would it look like to have the students to come in when appropriate? Because you're right, we're going to have to make those individual decisions with families and our providers to bring students in. And for speech therapists who are Charlottesville City Schools employees, we've been working with our speech therapy team to look at various platforms, online vetted platforms, 3 or 4, not to name any specific, to look at how we can provide those services, looking at other school divisions who've been using those services before COVID, with shortages in speech therapists. They've been using those services. So working with those school divisions as well. So trying to figure out how we can, in the best way possible, use our virtual setting to have those sessions done in a virtual way. And working with our speech therapists as well to see what is the comfortability and when do we have to say, you know, this student, this is something that is going to be very difficult to provide in a virtual setting. And then the next step will be, and we're planning to work with families and work with our staff and work with, you know, this central office to say, this student, you know, is a student that we've considered, and the IEP team really feels strongly they need to come in. And then the next step will be, how can we bring them in and make sure that we have the least risk possible and keeping everyone safe. I will say that we've worked with Khalesha Powell to have plexiglass, almost like when you go vote, those plexiglass dividers, where you stick the little things up under it. I know Rachel tested a student this summer, and that was pretty cool to use a little slot at the bottom under to slide materials. So using all of, you know, pulling out all the tricks and all the stops that we can. If it's, you know, the need for families that are comfortable to bring a student in for individualized basis. So looking at the IEPs for students who may have been in groups, they may need to be in small groups as small as 1. So when we say small group, you know, in special education, that's that could be 1, or it could be 4, or it could be 5, you know, for that small group. A small group could be 1 student. So I would say that's a long answer, Ms. Per Year, to say that we are certainly making individual decisions and looking and combing through each IEP and trying to truly make the best out of each situation for each student and each family. So those things are certainly being considered, not being lumped into one category, saying we're doing this for our students that receive occupational or physical therapy or speech therapy.
Okay. So I have 2 more questions as it relates to special education. I know you're tired. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We have power backs. I'm great.
But there may be some other people out here that have these concerns as well. Dr. Atkins is just laughing. She knows how I am. How are we going to monitor the progress of these 643 children?
Absolutely. I know, I'm not sure if that was on one of our slides or not, but I know that that's something that we racked our brains with. So looking at, first of all, the IEP goals, the progress goals, the benchmarks, the objectives for students to look at when they come in. And also we've looked at some curriculum-based measures when students come in, some standardized, non-standardized assessments. So in the fall, looking at a baseline of where those students are. In addition to last spring, when we closed all of those data elements, in addition to when we had the emergency closing, if you will, how our students made progress or lack thereof in that virtual setting. So all of those data points, we're gonna sit down and look at with our teams, the coordinators and I, working with our special education teachers and the school buildings and the school-based teams to see where are our students. You know, I think that we all know with any student, whether SPED, non-SPED, there was gonna be some level of regression because of the closure. And I think looking at what that level is and what is the level to which we can provide instruction that our students are gonna catch up. And that could look like a lot of different things for special education students. We may have to take extra measures if that regression is such that the students aren't picking up. and regaining those skills. Our teams are prepared to come back together to say, what do we need to look like? That could look like, and this is not a generic statement, that could look like extra time or the IEP changing to provide some extra services for students because the gaps are so large. So those are the data points that our teams are going to look at, and it's not limited to that, but those are certainly some of the factors that we have at our disposal to immediately look at data points.
Okay. One last question, and then I'm done. What do we have in place? And I'm not saying that we don't. I just don't know. So it's a question. No blame. What do we have in place for our 643 families as it relates to mental health? All children have needs. All of us are struggling. There is a different level when we are speaking about our special education students. So what are the processes if I'm one of your 643 students or the parent of one of them, and we are having trepidations that are being exacerbated because of COVID, but just when you have certain types of skill sets, and my nephew is special needs, and so to make certain that if I'm having those issues, if I'm having those concerns, how do you help me now? Because maybe it might have to be over the phone or on the computer, or I don't know how to do all of these things, but I still need the help.
Certainly. So I am very just first happy to say that we are fully staffed for our psychologist department for our team. So that would be the first step, I would say, is communicating with with the student's case manager and to discuss those things and just saying, like, we've had a lot of difficulty, and we know that many of our students are going to have difficulty, but it's really been exacerbated by this COVID-19 closure and their anxieties that weren't there now, and we're seeing behaviors that we didn't see before. What can we do? So the next steps after those conversations, I would say, would be our teams will come together. If it's a student, we're talking about students with IEPs. So our teams will come together and determine, what does that support look like? Does that support look like when we get back into brick and mortar? I check in with the school counselor every morning. Does that support look like while we're in virtual social emotional support groups while we are in COVID? Because that's where we are right now. We're in virtual. And so setting up those small groups, whether it be with our school psychologist or some of our new LC, licensed clinical social workers, or one of our social workers within the special education and student services department, working in those small groups, setting up some, play groups for our small children in the virtual setting, setting up some social stories to talk through it. Just a social story to talk about, this is where we are, school is closed, how are you feeling about this? What can we do to mitigate those feelings, when that's happening, and how do we respond to it? And so actually also helping the family and working through it, because this is going to be a family collaboration right now with, this closure. We're going to be working with families, and that's a great point. I think that's going to be a great point that's going to come out of this is the engagement. And so working with our families and showing our families and our parents and our grandparents and our caregivers, this is how you talk through a social story, because I'm not going to always be available for you when, your student is really feeling anxious. And also with the return to school, we're going to have a heightened, very proactive way of thinking about our students when they come back into the building, because there's going to be a heightened sense of, I would say, fear. Healthy fear for our adults and certainly for our children. So we're going to have to be intentional. Definitely, Ms. Perrier, we're going to have to be intentional about that. And so we're working with our staff and our teachers in our SPED department to talk about, these are our feelings and these are how you're feeling. And this is how, when you go into an environment with a family and you're engaging, and there is a high level of anxiety because families are dealing with so many other things right now, aside from education. Many of our parents didn't sign up to be a parent and an educator. They're not a teacher. So really working with our parents as well, not trying to be their therapist, but working with them to maybe share resources with them or have them sit in a social group while we're doing those things. So we know that we're going to definitely have to heighten the level of services that we're providing due to the pandemic with our students.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, who would like to be next?
So I just had really Leah asked one of my questions, but this is just a follow-up or confirmation that for the kids that just don't seem to be connecting, they're not logging on or they don't seem engaged. This is not only the 643 students, but the 4,300 students that we have in the district, that we have some measure of reaching out to them, if it's physically going to their home and making arrangements to socially distant meet, at their home outside or something like that. I think it's real easy to for a student to fall through the gaps. And I just want to hear from staff how plan for that. If that student is not logging in, or they're just not present.
Yeah, Mr. Ray, that's, the SPED team and I work we met with all of our special education team optionally to just talk about our students and their feelings in response. So in response to that, I would definitely say that you're right. There are going to be students that we're going to have to do something different for. And we are prepared to look at what does that look like in a safe way. Our students have specialized, especially designed instruction for a reason. And they have those plans for a specific reason. And we understand that there are going to be situations for students that we're going to need to discuss that small group setting and how that looks, socially distanced. And we're certainly prepared to do that. And I think that we have staff who have definitely articulated and reached out to myself, to each of the coordinators, to say that, the same concern that you have is that we're very concerned. We want to know, can we bring in small groups? Are we going to, can we consider those things? And can we, right now, you're right, we're starting in the virtual setting and we have the continuum of services, and we're going to work with our students synchronously in groups and pull them into groups with their case manager and their teacher into and make it as engaging as we possibly can with a Google, classroom.
Yeah. Okay. I understand that.
Face to face.
Yeah, I understand that for a SPED student, and I think that's awesome. What about students that without any plan, just other 4,300 or 3,700 students?
And Mr. Wade, I'll jump in for a few minutes here. I think that we all have a little bit to say about the work that we're doing to make sure that students are engaged in their learning. That is what's going to help us be successful, ensuring that we reach out. If we're going to be looking to see if students are logging on, are participating in lessons, are actively engaged. In fact, today in our administrative retreat, one of our focus areas was looking at cognitive behavior, emotional engagement, and cognitive, emotional, and behavioral engagement. And so,
emotional.
Did I say them right?
Yes.
I think, yeah. And so our principals and our staff really did some excellent brainstorming about what that looks like for our over 4,000 students, not just students with disabilities, because we know that we have work to do to, as I said in the presentation last week, to make sure that our instruction is rigorous, is engaging and meaningful for students. And I can tell you that we talked about teachers making phone calls when students are not in attendance, they're not participating. That contact is going to be key. It's not the way it was in March. Students are accountable, teachers are accountable, families are accountable for making sure that students are engaged in their learning and participating. That's the way that we're going to be successful in helping to move the needle in Charlottesville City Schools. We have, I think that you might have said, what about going to houses? We have people who want to go and socially distance from the yard at a front door if a student is not engaged in their learning and has not logged on and been participating. So we are all in for making sure that students are active in their learning. And it really boils down to, is the instruction engaging? And so the Canvas courses, everything that we're doing is about making sure that students have quality, engaging learning, that they want to participate. And if it's not engaging, we're going to lose them. And so that's not an option. Our instruction must be engaging, and we must make every effort to bring any student who's not quite there yet to the front.
Thank you.
Mr. Wade, there are two other areas that we're working on right now also would be attendance. What does attendance look like in an online setting, and how do we measure that attendance, and how do we assess and grade in that online setting? So that added to the three engagement areas, the emotional, the behavioral, and the cognitive area, will help to ensure that we have a well-rounded approach to hook our students and keep them hooked in that virtual environment. And also we're starting to talk about what some outdoor experiences may look like. Something as simple as a picnic. A teacher having students outside in a picnic area, or putting easels outside and having opportunities for students to paint outside. So we're looking and exploring how do we keep them hooked and engaged in the teaching and learning process throughout this virtual experience.
And one more thing I'll add is, we're really going to do a deep dive into observation, teacher observation. When we closed for the emergency closure back in March, principals were in the classrooms, the virtual classrooms, popping in, visiting, taking note, but we're looking at formal observations, which was another part of our discussion today. And what does that look like? And how can we provide meaningful feedback to teachers where the instruction is not quite where it needs to be? So, all of that, and what Dr. Atkins said, we just have a really robust plan to grab everyone, to hook them, and to ensure that engagement is where it needs to be. We can't guarantee that every student is going to be engaged from the first moment, but we have the task to ensure that if they're not, that we get them there.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Who's next?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. We talked a lot about IEPs, but my question is, there are students also who have 504 plans. Some of them coming up from Beaufort to CHS, where the school counselors are responsible for looking at those 504 plans on an annual basis. So what plans do we have in place to ensure that those students with 504s will have those plans reviewed and updated while we're in the virtual setting?
Hi, so yes, so I'm working with the 504 coordinators at each building now to look at the 504 plans to make sure that they're reviewed, and those annual reviews for the 504 plans are reviewed and looked at. And so if it's a student at Beaufort and they're going up to CHS, and those 504 plans, this 504 plan is looking at, how are you accessing and learn? And certainly something we're going to have to consider now, because access is going to be totally different. We're going to be in a virtual setting. So those access points will be looked at for each student with the 504 plan with their 504 coordinator, the current one or the new one that they'll have at the new school. So
I had a little echo at the end. I didn't hear that last part.
I apologize, it cut out. So I said that the 504 coordinators at each school are going to be reviewing the 504 plans in the same way that our IEP case managers are going to be reviewing the IEP plans for students.
Okay.
Answer your question, Mr. Bryant?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions?
Yes, I have a quick question, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this will go to Ms. Lee or to Dr. Odie. I'm just wondering, we talked about special education, like interventions might involve small groups in the buildings. Are those the only groups where the interventions would include being in the building?
So we have talked about there will be students that require additional intervention, and there will be funding provided to schools to make sure that that can happen. Principals, this was a very timely question, Ms. Bryson-Morrisberger, because we just had this conversation with principals just yesterday about how that might look. Principals are going to be submitting an intervention plan to me about what their intervention plans or program will look like, how they will utilize interventionists to support students during the school day, after school hours, in a virtual setting. What is that going to look like? And so, you know, will we bring one student in or meet somebody at the library? Maybe. We're going to determine that based on individual student needs. But the key point is that we will be providing the supports that students need regarding their academics and emotional and behavioral needs.
Thank you. That's all I had. All the rest of my questions were already asked.
Dr. Kraft, do you have any questions?
No, I think my colleagues have asked wonderful questions and really have addressed the issues that I had as well. So, you know, my thoughts and my questions and concerns are along the same lines as what has been addressed.
Okay, so my question regards how will we be identifying new special education students?
So our assessment practices will continue. The timelines for special education none of those things have been waived. So our EIT or our referral teams are going to still be in place. And so if families or teachers or anyone needs to make those referrals will still be made, and we will still be conducting those assessments. That may look like in person, and for the most part, we're going to very much try to make sure that they're in person so that we can ensure that the reliability and the confidentiality in those assessments. And our evaluators are prepared to do that. And so the referrals will still come in. So if there is a student who has been struggling or has a plan or has been in the RTI process from last school year and there's still concerns, those referrals will continue. Those processes will not stop because we're in the virtual setting.
I asked this at the preschool coordinator earlier, Ms. Sparks, and I'm just going to ask you guys, like, what challenges do you foresee that you may not have addressed or that keeps you up at night that maybe we could help you, help support you or have the community reach out and give you all support for?
Thank you. I know that my team's here. If you have a different thing you want to chime in with, I would just say we appreciate the support thus far, and just continuing to reach out to families because it definitely takes a village. I think that was our last slide, and we want to be cognizant and aware of our families' needs that have really, again, as I said before, been exacerbated during this time. And so for families with students with disabilities, in addition to challenges they may already be facing, we want to be sensitive, we want to be supportive in whatever way that we can, as a special education department to meet those needs. So that support and just outreach to our families, let them know that we're here for them. If they have questions, we want to hear them. We want to be a sounding board. We want to support. We want to be a partner in this process because we can't do it alone. It's going to take, all of us. It takes a community. And so we want to definitely be a member of that team with them, partner with our families. And again, I think it's just going to be the continued support, and we're going to have to be very creative in the way that we meet our students' needs. And how that's done, that's yet to be seen. We may have resources that we may need for students that may be outside of the box, as we get into this. that we haven't thought about yet. So definitely, I would say it's going to be ongoing. Team, anything out there that I missed? No, okay.
I'm gonna be bold, and I'm gonna speak. I think what keeps me up at night, and literally last night I could hardly sleep, is special education is not just academic. It is social and emotional and behavioral, and we are going to need to be creative about how we support those other needs for students. Thinking about our youngest learners, we have 2-year-olds who we work with. We have students with autism who have straight A's. Getting the A isn't the challenge, it is the social communications of being a student. So I think that's what's keeping me up, is how can we support our students whose needs are different than just coming to school and doing your work.
Thank you, Rita. I would say that. Thank you, and I'm so glad that you shared that. I would say if any of my dreams were about our students, which is always good in school, that would be the worry, is meeting all of our learners' needs, because it's so unique. There's a saying, and I don't know the author, the quote, and this is just speaking for one disability category, that is high needs, but the person says, if you met one student with autism, you met one student with autism, and that's just one disability category that I can think of the quote for. And I just say that to say this, is that there is no one student that will need the same intervention.
The other thing I would add, Ms. Lee, is that I've heard a lot of questions about how we're partnering with our community partners. And I have found a great deal of support from the partners that have been helping to advocate for our families, and that has been ongoing. And I would hesitate to name all of them tonight because I would leave someone out, so I don't want to name anyone specific. But I would just say that we are extremely grateful for those partners who have continued to advocate for our families, be members of our teams, and let us know when there are needs. And we look forward to continuing to have that partnership as well.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, did you have another question?
I do have another question, but I keep forgetting it, so go ahead.
I was just curious, and I'll ask you or whoever could maybe address this. What's coming to mind right now is Special Ed Advisory Committee. I mean, are we going to go forward with some of these committees, and especially this one, because I think, parents and families need a forum, whether it be Zoom or whatever, to just kind of talk and get together about some of these issues. And then also along the lines, I mean, PrEP, who is usually always there in those meetings, they are just so instrumental and such a great resource and support, often, holding different types of seminars throughout the year pre-COVID time. But I'm just curious if anybody has reached out to them to see what they might do, or if they have anything that they could offer to help us out as far as communications and with these families.
So I'll answer PrEP first. So Deborah Nama's our Parent Resource Center family coordinator. She's amazing, and she will be sending out that program listing. So those things will continue. And in terms of our special education advisory, working with Dr. King right now to get those dates in place, and they'll be forthcoming, I guess within the next month, probably very soon. Those dates will be shared for our special education advisory as well as other advisory teams. So we'll certainly be still meeting and give advance time for families to make sure they can have access to participate in those meetings as well.
Great. And actually, can I just suggest, because this is what I was going to say, was that when I was on the SEAC briefly a couple years ago, the SEAC had done a survey. I had just reached out, done a lot of engagement. Well, they do frequent engagement, I guess, with alumni and with current parents. So just they are definitely a resource who I'm sure would really welcome the opportunity to support you all by reaching out to other parents. Anyway, so that's all the questions I have regarding special ed and the special needs of our students. And, you know, to the extent that we can support you guys, we want to do that. Obviously, this is something that the school board cares a lot about. We have, I think, 2 members on of our board on the SEAC, and it's just, we hear from parents when things go wrong, and that is just, when it's working well, we don't hear anything. So we just want to, I want to emphasize that we're here to support you all, and in the challenges and in the good things. So reach out if there's anything we can do to support you. Let us know.
We really appreciate it.
And I would like to go to Bev now with the ELL. Anybody who has questions for Miss Catlin? Fantastic. We're gonna go to nutrition. No.
I had one for
Bev.
I had one for Beth.
Okay, yes, Mr. Bryant.
Beth, you mentioned in your presentation that all of our ESL students will be assigned case managers.
Yes.
And I guess my question is, how often will those case managers communicate with the students and the parents? Is it once a week, twice a week, once a month?
That's a great question. We haven't established that yet. The ESL teachers just said they wanted to take their students, because we may have 2 or 3 ESL teachers at a school, and maybe be working with more than one ESL teacher, depending on, it's like, especially at the high school, there may be one teacher is ESL math and another teacher is ESL English. We just want one of those teachers to be that case manager. Our goal is to have that communication with families, just as they've said in the other areas. That is just key to us, and that is what we worked on so hard in the spring and over the summer. So we're going to keep that going. It will be frequent. I can't give you an exact how often, but it will be frequent. And what I can tell you is, knowing the ESL teachers, they're sort of like, what's that saying, a dog with a bone. If there is a child who is not engaged, they will get in touch with that child, that family, that neighbor. They'll be at that house. We are going to get our students engaged. That's what we have to do.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
This question, I know when we did the presentation on elementary schools, we talked about how we can't do the back to school night, but there'd be some effort whether teachers were doing socially distanced home visits. And so we repeated asked this question. So I guess just to this group as well, is there any initial one-on-one social distance, especially if you're new English learner or English language learner, to meet with a teacher face to face, even if it's distance or outside? Is there any initial?
Right. So there are a couple of ways that we do that. One of the reasons I mentioned the partners that we have, like the International Rescue Committee. So that close connection allows us to meet with the staff at IRC and set up opportunities for to meet the new families as they come into our community. The other part is that many of our English learners live in communities within our whole Charlottesville community. So we can go to a community and meet a number of parents. And that's what the ESL teachers did both in the spring and over the summer. And then again, because of the working restrictions in time with families, one of the things that we found was probably the most successful way of connecting with parents was text. And so our ESL teachers were more than willing to create that connection, to give up a phone line. And they said it actually wasn't, email didn't work nearly as well as texting worked. And they've been connecting with families that way.
And I'll just add, Ms. Bryson-Morsberger. As you said, in our last presentation, we did talk, the teachers that came on talked about the meet and greet opportunities that we're going to have. So our new speakers are going to have the opportunities that Ms. Catlin shared about, but they'll also have the opportunity to come to the school. The principals are planning these meet and greets to start, I believe, August 24th. We're going to have about 2 weeks of opportunity for families to come in small groups, one-on-one, even to just start building that relationship with their teachers. So they'll have lots of opportunities to start building those relationships and community building.
Could I jump in on the tech side of things for just a quick second? Because we've recently reached an agreement with Remind for the school division, which is going to give every teacher or every teacher and staff the opportunity to have an account, which would give access through texting apps without using personal phones. Will allow them to use this application to communicate with all of our families who have cell phones. And one of the great features, besides it just being a cell phone, is that parents can download the app. So in the event of changing a phone, which we know can happen more frequently, they just need to simply download the app again and reestablish that communication. It's a pretty straightforward process, and we feel like it's going to be I don't want to use the word game changer, but it's going to really enhance our communication abilities for teachers. And it's a two-way communication tool, which is a great feature, meaning the family can write to the teacher can write to the family. So we're real excited about that, and we feel like that's going to be a great bridge for all of these, all of the children, but particularly ESL. It translates into over 90 languages automatically. So I know those are not perfect, but they are great starting points. So again, for a plug on that will be ready by day one, and we're super excited, and all the principals are on board and ready to make that a primary communication tool for the families this year.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Cuomo. Did you have any other questions, Ms. Bryson-Morsberger?
I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for ELL, Ms. Catlin? Great. Thank you, Ms. Catlin.
Yes.
I want to start the nutrition questions and comments myself. And I just have a comment, which is to say, I feel like the nutrition has been really a shining light on what of the good work that we've done, even in an urgent crisis situation as it was in March. And I'm really grateful. They have the nutrition program has a good track record, and I look forward to continuing that. So who else has any comments or questions?
I just have, a comment question. I guess what I heard was that we will no longer be able to feed sort of anyone in the community, as of September 1st, that we can just feed our students. And I'm wondering, it seems to me that in the current economic environment that there will continue to be a lot of, food insecurity and a lot of issues around having enough food. Is there anything that we will be doing to try and identify families who need additional assistance with meals or with food?
Well, throughout the process so far, we've partnered with different groups who've wanted to supplement food resources for the community. And so I'm sure that will continue. Again, so I think it was Patty, Leslie, who said earlier, I hesitate to start naming names because I'm sure I'll forget some. It has been wonderful. Different groups have come forward because what they do is they see our routes and they want to piggyback and set up a table or whatever. And we've certainly done that with a number of organizations, and I'm sure we will continue to, look for those opportunities. Unfortunately, the USDA program, when the school year starts, unless another type of an emergency is declared, we do go back into that role of just feeding our students because we have the parameters that we have to operate in. But certainly there are those opportunities to continue, partnering and to get other resources out there.
Because she needs to be changed.
So we need to talk to Senator Warner and Senator Kane to push for an extension of those types of programs, you think?
Yeah, I mean, I guess anything is possible under, extreme circumstances. So, yeah, I would say that there's certainly that possibility that depending on how things transpire, it's just like all the other public benefits, things can change. And so certainly the position could change on that. And if it did, we would go back to doing, we're going to do everything we're allowed to do. And so we stay very vigilant in monitoring what we can do. And we're going to do the most that we can, all that we can all the time. I credit that to the nutrition team and their leadership.
I guess there's also a special session of the General Assembly that we'll be convening in a couple of weeks. And, it may be worthwhile to reach out to our representatives there in the state, to make sure that this is on their radar screen in case more funds are needed.
No, this doesn't fit.
And I would echo Ms. Torres's comment. It's important that we notify our federal representatives so that they can advocate at the federal level, because most of the guidance that we get in the nutrition program, much of that does come from the federal level. So that support there would mean a lot to us because we are still in a crisis because of employment rates and because the economy has not really picked up again. We have families who have dire needs, and we want to be able to respond to those needs.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry, I was just saying most of the it's the USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, that is the governing agency that sets the guidance that we're operating under in any given time.
I think we had a lot of great advocacy from our community around this in March and April. So to the extent that we can invite our partners to kind of get the machines rolling again around that would be great.
Yeah, so I just want to chime in. It's my understanding, and I hope I'm not speaking out of line, is that at least some of the food banks, maybe it's because of the summer months, they are, they have an abundance of, they have more food than maybe they would down the road, and because of summer harvest and things like that. And so we may want to just continue to let the families know about the various opportunities that's out there, fishes and loaves and fishes. Loaves and fishes, yes, things like that. So yes.
So PB&J and those groups that have helped, like on Fridays, I mean, are they operating under the USDA support as well, or differently? Does anybody?
I don't believe so. Certain groups like Boys and Girls Club, I think they operate at times. Their evening meal program is under application with USDA, and that runs during the school year. So it depends. I don't know about PB&J. I don't believe that they do. But there was a World Kitchens, something with the restaurants. We were partnering with them at one time. And again, I hesitate because I don't know that I'm saying the title of the group correctly, but it had to do with restaurants. And I think it had the World Kitchens something. They partnered with us at one time and were coming to some of our sites. There's been some great opportunities to work together.
Kim, let me add that I've already met with PB&J, and they do intend on continue to support our families and our students with their service. So their service will look a little different, but they will continue their support.
Thank you, Denise.
Okay. Any other questions for nutrition? Okay. Before we leave this particular item, I would like to note and acknowledge okay, I'm gonna try to say their name Khalesha, she mentioned the internet access at South First Street. I just want to acknowledge that we as a school division have limits to what we can do, but I definitely want to encourage advocacy around internet access. I think that's just critical. It's like it's just what we have to be doing right now. And I feel like our school division is doing a lot, like just distributing the hotspots and things like that. And I think there is ways that we could be creative and supporting families. I don't have those ways at the top of my head, but I just wanted to acknowledge what she said, say that, to the extent that we can support like an effort to get more secure internet service for our families, we would be willing to do that. I don't personally have the energy to do that. Like I want to make sure, I want to have it happen, but I don't know how to make that happen. And I welcome ideas, but I kind of wish, like, I kind of think like, oh, if I had thought about this before the agenda was made, this might be another presentation, because like, I just didn't really know the internet was so, difficult. I can imagine, like, I know, but.
Madam Chair, I wonder if this is also a big concern of mine from what we've been hearing, and I wonder if we might put that on the agenda for our next meeting. And maybe that would encourage us to do some exploration as to what the options might be. It's really important.
We have a lot of people doing a lot of work. I think that's right. I think that's what we should do. I just want to also acknowledge that that's, we have a lot of staff people doing, I don't know, trying to recreate school literally.
We do.
And provide childcare and provide virtual learning for special needs. Like there's just a lot going on. So, I mean, obviously internet is kind of the foundation of it all. And we need to be, I do think we need to kind of partner with the city or CRHA or someplace to get, to support the families.
Yeah.
That's a fine idea. I just don't want to, I don't want to yell squirrel and have everybody go that way. Like I need all of this to be happening at the same time.
It is a real community effort. It's not just us. And, I think if, I don't know who to reach out to either about this, but if our families, don't have adequate internet, then all of the wonderful plans that we've put in place aren't going to work. So it's a huge issue, and it's a particularly huge equity issue that we have to make sure that this gets addressed.
So I think that we could, I do not want to survey our families again, but I would love to know more about, and I think we've surveyed in the past what our, internet access and supports families have. And maybe we can extrapolate from there. I think if we said, hey, we need to provide internet service to these 5 housing sites or these 500 families, then we may be able to get support from the community to do that, because that is a discrete amount of money, right? Like we could say, like, we need this for 1 year. That will cost $50,000. And I think that's like a doable amount. I just don't know. I think that's a doable amount in our own budget. And I think it's a doable amount in the community. I just think we need to identify what the need is and the breadth of that need.
Ms. McKeever, we'll be more than happy to bring back a report to you. We'll take a look at that. We've done that in the past. We can tell where the internet services, what the strength of the internet services in our area. So we'll be more than happy to work with our data collection and to also work with the city.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Lisa.
So along those lines, and I had notes to bring this up just like you did. So thank you for doing this, but I was, curious about just hotspots. I mean, we've done a phenomenal job, I think, by issuing the hotspots to families. So again, whatever data we can collect, I think that's great. but I'm curious because I know back in 2018, Dr. Bellamy on the city council had worked really hard to try and initiate some type of program or partnership with Ting to bridge this digital divide. And there was mention of $150,400 being allocated to subsidize the installation of hardware within the community. And I don't know the outcome of that, but I'd be curious, and I'm happy to look into that a little bit more, but I don't know if that was actually followed through with. But so again, you know, to the extent that we are trying to do so much and want, you know, and understand the need for Wi-Fi access and what that means as far as equity. I mean, this is really beyond our means to fix this, but yeah, to the, you know, everybody help, you know, and there are other people that we need to be pushing for. And I've heard somebody say that Wi-Fi should be a utility, like everybody should have it, everybody should have access to 5G or whatever is the latest and greatest. So that's equity.
Yeah, so to the extent that, yeah, so I think that's I feel like our next board meeting is, I should know this, it's probably September 3rd. I just am concerned that that is too far away to really make a significant difference in like starting school. And again, it's my bad. I really should have asked this question 2 months ago. I just didn't even, I was kind of hopeful that we we would start school, you know, that things would be a little bit more normal now. I'm naive on both counts and I apologize for that, but I want to I want to have a report before the next board meeting so that we can direct our community to where they can support this effort. And right now I don't have, like, if it's $50,000, if it's $500,000, like, how do we get all of our families to have the internet that I have so that they can get all 4 of their kids online for the school day? It's just like, I remember when, before we had this internet, we had hotspots that the school gave out. We, you know, like everybody would have to turn off all of their devices and like one person could go on their phone. So as much as I think that's helpful in some ways, but this is a dramatic ask of our hotspots. And I think we do have the will in our community to support this effort. And I just want to make sure that we strike while the iron is hot.
Well, I wonder if we might be reaching out to our city manager and city council about this issue. You know, it seems like that would be an appropriate resource.
Stuff. Like, I just feel like I think that's just more bureaucracy. Like, that is just takes us down a path that will just be a lot more time. Like, our parents will need it on September 8th.
Yeah.
That's like in less than a month. How is, you know, I just don't see where, like, you know, city council meets every 2 weeks. How do we solve the problem more urgently than that?
Yeah, from the technology side of the house in Charlottesville, we certainly have not had people banging on our doors to, you know, to get these hotspots. There has not been a critical shortage as far as people saying, hey, I need this. And that could be a communication piece. And maybe when we have these back to school components, or as teachers reach out to students and families, they could get an updated sense of where things are. But from the technology side, I know that the hotspots are not an ideal solution, but it's not like we're stocking them and then we're out 2 days later. Like, we have hotspots available. We've purchased a pretty large amount. They do sell, and again, talking about purchases and options, they do sell computers and Chromebooks that have an LTE card built into them, and that would provide a one-to-one kind of ratio for, if you had this device, it would contain a hotspot and it would eliminate sort of this hey, take this hotspot. But certainly I see the benefit of the larger fix is sort of that high speed available, either public or in those certain neighborhoods that do not have that high speed service, what that might cost. And I'm sure those companies have the expertise. I know our department has the expertise to help make that, to see what's needed to make that happen. It's not a complicated solution. I think it's more of a costly solution.
And I don't mean to be like, no, we shouldn't go to the city. That's not what I mean. I mean, that's a long-term solution, but we kind of also need a short-term solution. Anyway.
Well, it's hard to note, Ms. McKeever, I think that, this fits together with sort of the whole question of where our kids are going to be. Are they going to be at the Y? Are they going to be in some of these other settings that might have adequate internet access? So it's a part of this huge puzzle that we have before us, where we have to put all of these pieces together. So I would say many of these kids are not going to be sitting in their homes. They might be somewhere else, maybe in a community center or somewhere else. So, it is complicated, but I do think it's great. I'm glad that you brought it up, and I think it's something that we have to stay on top of and make sure our kids are able to do what we're asking them to do virtually, and our parents as well.
I would just like to add that I think a good place to start is the report that Dr. Atkins mentioned, so we can at least see where the areas are. And then I don't know how we're reaching out to families to start the year, but we talked about making sure that there were families who knew about the child care or how we're reaching out to them other than the people who signed up on the YMCA site. So maybe part of our next outreach is to ask who has internet issues and who has an internet need and a child care need. And then we can go from there, because we really can't start, like you said, knowing the dollar amount until we get know the actual information. So it might be bigger than we think, or something we can manage.
Okay. I expect that will be part of any meet and greet that a teacher would have, or our staff would have with families. Especially families who did not engage last year, period. Like, I just think that is like a, parent, people come to me like, oh, only 1 in 4, whatever. And we have an idea of who didn't engage last year, and maybe it's because they didn't have internet access. Anyway, so it's just one of those things that maybe the obvious answer is the right answer. Yeah, so let's do a report, and we'll hear about it on September 3rd. I think in the meantime, I would really like to see the equity committee kind of work at the, if there's some part of this that involves, I think all of this involves equity, and I just think there must be like some sort of engagement that we could do to kind of get real good numbers on that.
I don't want to, sorry. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I thought you were coming to a pause. I don't want to add more meetings and more work, but if the internet access is the base. So maybe we need some meeting where that's the agenda item. It's just coming back to that report and seeing the need so we can put it out there to the community, or whether we're revisiting an agreement with Ting, something so that, or the laptops with the spot in them, whatever it is, so that we can address it before September 3rd.
Yeah, I think CRHA too might be a critical partner in this, in addition to the city. So I would love a work session on this where we invite those partners and ask them like how we can, where they see the deficits and in the infrastructure, and like how we can support families when we know that there is these deficits. Does anybody else feel like, anybody else on the board want to go have like a work session around internet access?
I think we should at least do the report or have to even, I think we need to do something before school starts to
Yeah.
start the work and to help families that would need the help so that they could get rolling on day one.
Well, it seems like Dr. Atkins has offered to provide us with a little more information about the community and mapping the community in this way. I don't feel like right now I want to say, oh, let's plunk down another work session before our next board meeting because there's so much going on.
Yeah.
But at least I think that is where to start.
Yeah, and I just want to chime in. Ironically, I just got a couple of emails about this today, and my response is that it's not perfect. We are a little bit more fortunate than some areas
For sure.
because we have internet access, unlike certain parts of the county. And my response to them is that if a child does not have internet, then we provide a hotspot, and a hotspot it was my belief that it can take up to 5 devices, and if it needs more, that we will provide it. It's not a perfect solution, but it's what we can do now because we have been trying to get citywide free access. We're not there yet, but so I think that with everything else that's going on, I think that we have this covered as best we can right now, and we just have other things like that SRO issue and opening school and training and things like that I think that I want staff to focus on.
Really? Because if they don't have good, again, like the hotspot, the 4 devices, you can't support synchronous learning for multiple children on multiple devices.
Well, yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that between now and September the 8th, we're not going to address internet for our families in the city. We can have a work session, and I'm open to that. I have a lot more time on my hand now, but I think that we're going to talk about a lot of solutions that's going to take a lot of money and a lot of time to deliver on, and that's going to take staff time away from other things. But I'm open for a work session. I'm not sure what we can do between now other than provide hotspots to address it. But hey, we're on 4 hours now or 3.5 hours now. So I'm down.
Madam Chair,
Well, I would like
I
to-
think the internet issue is concerning. There are a lot of people in the city, regardless of their neighborhoods, that have issues with internet. And we all need to understand that Ting is not in every neighborhood in the city limits of Charlottesville. So you may have to have multiple discussions with other providers, such as Comcast, such as CenturyLink, such as Ting, because Ting is not in every neighborhood. And so there is a map, it's a state map that talks about where broadband is and its availability, not necessarily the carriers, but your ability to access internet, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure Charlottesville is on that map as having broadband, but where the individual pockets are or issues around internet, I can't speak to that, but I can say that Ting is not everywhere. So those you would be having multiple conversations.
Yeah, agreed.
And so many people now don't, I don't know if you're using some of the other internet networks in order to access the internet, what additional services you might have to have, or if they just have an internet package.
I know this is like a hard thing to come to at the end of the meeting. We have, but again, it's really hard to do any of this well for our families who need it the most if they do not have solid internet. So I'm just going to keep harping on it somehow. I'm going to just keep asking the questions. I'll see. I really feel like we could get a donor, somebody to donate so that, just basically pay for families to have access to the internet. There's the $10 Comcast. There's just other ways. I don't know if that would work out 100%, but I just want to provide resources to families who just don't have the resources to access the internet in a way that we need them to.
Yeah, and I am in talks with a few, one or two foundations who are, I have to have conversations with them, but one of the things they reached out for is how can they provide this support for internet access. Obviously, I know it's a crucial need, and based on our timeline and based on maybe some future conversations, we might be able to, procure a donation to cover something to get us started so that we can provide that base. And back to what Juan had said, if a hotspot's not going to provide for 4 and we're finding there, I think if we find out where their difficulties lie, we'll use the resources we have and try to get what we can in place. Right now, the hotspot is kind of the quickest solution. It's not the best, but it's quick. If we get them in our hands, we can have it up and running within 15 minutes.
Right.
So short-term solution from our end, with some financial support, and we have a ton already. As we collect that data from the families, bottom line, you're right. If a family says we need internet, then that's gonna be our top priority, and making sure they get it. And if it's a hotspot and it's decent internet, and it's not the best internet, we can maybe work on the technology side of the house to figure out how do we make some of these apps lighter on the internet, so we're not loading up at full capacity, but maybe we just get the essentials in there, and we can work from the Chromebook side of the house to try to reduce that load so that we get maximum efficiency in a way that makes sense for the users.
Okay, well, I think that's really great information, Pat. Thank you. And I think a report on September 3rd, just kind of like about access to Wi-Fi, and I would really like any potential partners to come forward in the meantime to indicate their support for either reduced internet cost for our families, or donors who would be willing to donate to support families having internet access beyond the hotspot, which I think is a great temporary, a great immediate solution. So is that a reasonable place to land? Okay. Oh, so I think we're going to close that section of the agenda and move to comments from members of the community. So, Pat, I guess I'll work with you to see if there's anybody.
Right now, there are 7 attendees left in the meeting, and I would ask any of them if they have follow-up comment to please raise their hand using the raise your hand tool, and then I'll be happy to pull them up to the queue for you.
So just so you know, the City of Charlottesville, the school board welcomes public comment. We ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes and to state your name and address when you begin to speak. So anybody have any public comment?
I do not see any hands at this time.
Well, I'm going to think that Juan bribed them all and say, I'm going to close public comment. Good job, Juan. Anyway, thank you all. We always appreciate members of the public commenting. It really does bring some very important insights to the discussion. So at this point, I'm going to go to comments from the board, see if Juan has bribed any of us, and who would like to go first? Or
I just wanted to thank staff, not only for their presentation tonight, but also last week. It's been really tough, span for the last several months, really, for staff, and I just want to thank them for their hard work and thank them.
ironically, I had a hard time hearing that, but you're welcome. Who would like to go next? Dr. Kraft?
Yeah, yeah, the hour is late. I was just thinking as we've been talking about these signs that I've been seeing around town called, that say, "Together we rise." And I feel like that is sort of, that encapsulates all the stuff that we've been hearing tonight. I think that you, the staff, have really risen to this occasion and are doing tremendous work and wonderful teamwork across so many different complicated issues. And I do feel like we are rising. We're all rising together. And I just really, really appreciate it. So I just wanted to say that. And I wanted to echo, I guess, the importance of the mental and emotional health support, that I think we're all going to be, we're all in this. And I think we've all we continue to experience what I would call a collective trauma. And, I just think we're all going to have lots of issues and lots of anxieties going forward. And the best thing that we can do, we're asking the best of all of us in each of our departments, but we also really, really need to have each other's backs and support each other through this. It's the students, it's the parents, it's the staff, it's the teachers, it's the school board members, it's all of us, it's everybody in our community. And we're all going through this. It's not going to be easy. We're going to have to pivot really soon to talk about transition planning to, going back to some kind of hybrid model or some kind of other model. So this isn't going to stop. It's just going to keep going. And it's really hard. So mainly I just want to say that. And then one thing I would like to see if we could get a little bit of an update on the reconfiguration process in some way, just to have a sense of where we are. Maybe at the next meeting, that could just be mentioned, because I think probably people in the community are wondering where we are about that and what has happened to it. And I don't have the answer to that. So anyway, but mainly thank you all. Thank you all. You are all fantastic. I mean, I couldn't be prouder of the team that we have. That's it.
I also want to say that if Michelle Obama has low-grade depression, then it's, if the trauma is real, it's in all of us. And the fact that we're asking so much of our staff every day, I just am so impressed with how everybody is rising to the occasion, because I just know how difficult it is during these very traumatic times. I'm just going to mention, I'll just go now. I'll usually wait, but with respect to reconfiguration, I know that we have a meeting next month with the city again to talk about reconfiguration. We talked about it last month, and we delayed is not really, I think, the right word. We're still waiting on a lot of information about revenue. And while the funds have been allocated, the contract has not been signed. So we are still in abeyance, and that is such a great word, and I never get to use it. We're still just waiting. We're going to talk at the meeting, though, about how to move forward and whether we have enough information to kind of move forward by the time we have that meeting, which I think is middle September. We're also going to be talking about other CIP projects that have been put on hold. Again, because of the revenue outlook right now, we just don't have a clear sense of how long our city is going to continue to kind of suffer from, like, the fact the students aren't here, or people aren't going out. We just have there's a lot of balls in the air. So we're just trying to, it's kind of not a rainy day fund, but it is like what if we need to support families in a really big crisis for a long term? So that's where a lot of questions are being asked right now around, and that's why the contract hasn't been signed and moved forward. I will also say, really appreciate Abundant Life coming to these meetings and talking. I think it's, I have a soft spot for Abundant Life, and I'm really grateful for their service to the community in Prospect. And I hope that we can use their, we can expand their capacity to support our families and their families. So I'm excited about that. I do not want Miss Gist's comment to go without acknowledging her comments, because she's come multiple times. And I just want to say that I, for myself, and I believe this board, strongly condemn in the strongest possible way any anti-Asian bullying associated with the name of with this virus. It is not okay to use slurs. It is not okay. What the president calls this virus is not okay. I just strongly condemn that. And there, to the extent that our students use those slurs, it's wildly inappropriate and bullying behavior. And I do hope that our staff can really understand. I think they understand. We live in a very diverse community that has a lot of different, has all sorts of people. And I just want to make sure that, we can educate our staff members on what the proper terminology is and how to gently correct our students who may be maybe just like, well, the president calls it this, why can't I have response to it? It's not okay. And I just wanted to not have her comment go without response from me anyway. So I got to the reconfiguration. I wanted to also talk about the teachers. Ms. Taylor's comments were right on. I think one of the points I keep hearing from division level staff and building level staff about supervision and monitoring and evaluation of teachers, which I think is critical. And I don't think teachers mind that at all. I just want to make sure that we're supporting the teachers with professional development that actually gives them the tools that they need to properly educate our students or deliver instruction to our students in this virtual environment. I do not want them to live up to a standard that is, we just create, that they don't have any support or buy-in for. Like, I really want to see a collaboration between the teachers and the division level and building level leaders so that everybody's working on the same page. Because again, going back to the trauma and the difficulty of this time, I just don't want to have them feel like they're being targeted because like everybody's learning, and I just want to have a collaborative atmosphere that supports everybody's development in this new environment. And then I think that's all I have for now. Thank you. Who would like to go next? Or we could just adjourn. No, I'm sorry, superintendent's next.
I'll go if no one else would like to speak.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. So yeah, I didn't mean to, I guess we hadn't had an opportunity, but thank you to all of the public who did share their thoughts. We do read all the emails and get lots of different types of communication. But more of as a statement, just, this no path is easy. No path is going to be 100% right for every single student or family. And we know this, and it's really difficult. Under and during these unprecedented times, I do feel very strongly that the board made a decision that we feel is currently the best decision for our students and our staff and the community. And it's only been a week, and a lot of work is happening. And I'm even more committed to our decision now for the first 9 weeks. I feel, it's important that, and I've said this before, and I'm going to continue to say this, there's so much that we don't know about this virus, and we don't know long-term effects, and we don't know the effects that kids will have and endure as far as chronic impacts to their lungs or their heart. So I feel it's important to kind of pivot back to that once in a while, and just again, each and every kid is important to us and staff member. And so that's why, I stand behind this decision, as does the board. So much about what was talked about tonight seems to center around advocacy. Advocacy, as we all know, is really important. I live for advocacy. I feel it's important, but I personally, and honestly, I struggle at times to find a balance between or around advocating for people versus working or supporting and ensuring that people are brought to the table and are supported and able to advocate for themselves. And I think it's crucial that we continue to partner and support others to ensure that their voices are heard. And I think we're all saying that, and we need to make sure we're doing that. This needs to be our focus. And we need to, I just feel like I need to say that I need to caution myself and others that I think we fall into the trap of sometimes feeling like we need to speak for others, and we need to advocate, for ourselves. And I see this as a pattern sometimes within the community, and I think it can be detrimental and damaging. So I really felt like I needed to say that. I trust 100% in the framework and the work that has been presented tonight. I mean, I know people are working so hard, the teachers, the staff, in regards to our kids, our kids with the IEPs, the 504s, our English language learner kids, all of that. And if this isn't a time and an environment that calls for out of the box thinking, then I don't know what that might look like. The collaboration is vital and crucial. I've heard from a lot of committed teachers and community members, and all of us are at different levels of when it comes to outside of the box thinking. I mean, we've heard that talked about a lot. Some are 100% full nonstop outside of the box, really comfortable with that, and some of our comfort levels aren't to that level. And another thing I've heard said a couple of times tonight is that we need to be patient with each other and have grace with each other. All of these people that I've talked to are committed. And I think it's crucial that we continue to show up with humility and again, grace, knowing when you need to reach out and say, hey, I need a little help. I'm not comfortable with this virtual or distance learning format, or knowing and with grace being able to, gently push or pull somebody along when we're seeing something that could be done a little bit better. And I think we're all committed to that. We all need to continue to prioritize, and keep in mind the kids and what's best for the kids. So I just want to extend my gratitude again at the end of my statement here for all of the work that's been done by everybody. And I know it's tireless, and I am really just grateful for all the board members and the leadership, and this is tough, but it is an honor to be part of this with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next, if anybody?
I will.
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank the staff for this extensive presentation. I think it answered a lot of our concerns, both for the board and the community at large. So I appreciate your great work in that aspect. We are in uncharted waters. We all are. And I am hoping that, and I know Charlottesville City Schools, having worked for Charlottesville City Schools for many years, we have amazing teachers, administrators and instructional assistants, and other support staff members in our school. And I know they're gonna step up to the plate and make this thing work. We all are feeling somewhat apprehensive, especially for our students who are at risk, special needs and so forth. But I know those teachers are going to step up to the plate and they're going to have meaningful lessons, and those kids are going to be actively engaged in learning for the first 9 weeks. I want to thank all of those willing partners in our community who have come forth to step up to the plate to assist us in making this thing called virtual learning work for all of our students. So that I am excited about. Also, I'm also excited about the fact that we have an app that is going to actively be able to engage our parents to text, and a lot of kids like to text. That's one of the ways that they prefer to communicate. So this is going to be great, that Remind app. And for all of you listeners out in, that are listening to us live on Facebook, please feel free to share your comments, pro and con, and especially on internet access. Give us some ideas how we can make that work for all of our students. I know you have great ideas out there, so please feel free to share them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bryson Morseberger?
Yeah, I just keep it really, really short. Getting to this meeting today has felt like getting to this point as a division has felt like a mental marathon. And so I just want to thank everyone for their hard work and efforts. And what I can say I respect about the board and the administration, teacher staff, everyone, is that I felt like there was a robust discussion, and that voices came to the table. There was agreement, disagreement, but in the end, I feel like we're all coming together to support the plan. And I think that's really good, and it says a lot about our community. And I'm just gonna be quiet for now, because I want the teachers and everyone to have the time that they need, this little bit of time before school starts, to put their best foot forward and work on the virtual plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Hearing none, I will go ahead to Dr. Atkins for her comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll be brief. I also want to echo what many of the board members have said. Thank you to the team, the work that the team, you can see from the presentation tonight, from the presentation at the last board meeting, the number of hours and the dedication that the teachers and the staff have had in planning for the return of our students to learning, be it in a virtual manner. There's a great deal of work and consideration that has taken place in order to plan for a successful transition back into school. So thank you to everyone, all of our team members who have been a part of that planning. We are now moving our focus away from that emergency closing and moving full force ahead to opening school and embracing the possibilities of what we can do. We're going online in a virtual environment. We're very fortunate now that we have some tools available to us. Google Meet, Zoom, we have lots of tools that are available to us that, had this happened last year, we may not have had them available. And so with the devices that we have, the tools that we have, the training that staff have put together, the time that we have been given by the board for pre-service week, all of the planning, I am feeling more and more optimistic that most of our students and families, we're hoping that they have a good experience in the virtual environment. We are going to focus on standards. We are going to focus on closing some of the gaps that have been created during COVID, and working with our students to make sure that we give them high quality instruction in order to respond, so that we may respond to what their needs are. And our students certainly do have many needs now. They've been out of school for over 6 months. We look forward to having our teachers back, not in the building, but back in our learning environment. We need our teachers. We need our students and our families. One cannot operate without the other. So partnering together, doing this together, and collaborating on how we do it is essential to our success. So again, thank you to everyone, and I look forward to continuing the planning and actually operationalizing that planning. So thank you to the board. Thank you, Ms. McKeever. We're looking forward to our next steps.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Atkins, and your team. There's a lot in a week, a lot of meeting. So thank you. We're going to do work session wrap up. Dr. King.
Yes, Madam Chair. Share fee scales of partnership childcare. Share timeline of trainings of partnership participants. Identify internet services in the area and cost to bridge gap. Identify childcare need and internet need, and update on reconfiguration.
Thank you so much. What are we doing? I'm going to now, the next meeting is September 3rd. September 3rd at 5 o'clock. Zoom, if we're still under governor's emergency order. If you would like to address the board on any issue involving school division, but you can email us at schoolboard@charlottesvilleschools.org. You can register in advance for this webinar. You can find that on our website, on the charlottesvilleschools.org website under board. And there is agenda and accompanying documents associated with the meeting, and supporting documents can be found on the board's electronic school board website. Again, we welcome public comment in the 2 times during the meeting, and so you can sign up in advance for that or just participate in the webinar. And hearing no objection, we're going to stand adjourned now. So thank you all very much. Peace.
Good night.
Good night.